Committee Room 30. Signed. 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 Committee Room 30. Committee Room 30, signed. 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 Committee Room 30, Sound. Committee Room 30, Sound.
Okay, good morning colleagues and welcome to today's meeting for the Committee of the Economy. I'll start with apologies. Do we have any at this stage? I don't. No, okay. Declarations of interest? Anyone know?
Just a daughter with a student. Yeah, just.
No problem. Anyone else? None? Okay. Chairperson's business, item 3. Point 1, as previously agreed, I met informally with representatives of the ADS group on Monday the 29th of June. A note of this meeting has been circulated. Members content to note? Thank you. Item 3.2, it is usual to delegate authority to myself and the Deputy Chair to submit views on the releasing of withholding of information in any non-routine or contentious FOI request received by the Committee during summer recess. Are members content to delegate authority to myself and the Deputy Chair?
No problem.
Thank you. Item 4 is draft minutes. You'll find a copy at page 7 from our deliberations on the 23rd of June. Members content I sign those as a true and accurate reflection. And item 5, matters arising. Anything members wish to raise at this stage?
It's also page 10, sorry, which is the one from the 24th.
Oh, on the 24th, members content I sign those? Yeah. Okay, and if there's no matters arising, let's move to our first session, which is the Department proposes to lay a statutory rule, the Gas Safety Installation and Use Amendment Regulation 2026. The rule will be subject to negative resolution and will come into effect on the 13th of October. The proposed rule appears to be identical to an SI applied in GB. Colleague Sean, you're very welcome, and hand over to you.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair and Committee members, for the opportunity to appear before you this morning. I'll briefly outline the background to these regulations, the reasons for the amendment, the key changes and the benefits. The Gas Safety Installation and Use Regulations Northern Ireland 2004 is the main piece of domestic legislation governing the safe installation and use of gas in domestic and commercial settings. Their primary purpose is to protect the public from risks associated with gas. The proposed amendments, the proposed regulations will amend this framework. The amendments modernise the 2004 regulations by improving flexibility, clarity and proportionality, while maintaining strong protections for public safety. They are made under the Health and Safety at Work Northern Ireland Order 1978 and follow a public consultation undertaken by HSCNI between December 2025 and February 2026. And it's worth noting that these amendments will bring Northern Ireland in line with legislation in Great Britain that was introduced in 2018. The regulations introduce 4 targeted changes. The first targeted change is flexibility in landlords' gas safety checks. At present, under the regulations, landlords are required to carry out gas safety checks at all their properties every 12 months. In order to ensure that checks are carried out at intervals of not more than 12 months, many landlords start the process for gaining access to properties at around 10.5 months after the last check. This is particularly the case for social landlords such as housing associations and the Northern Ireland Housing Executive. In the majority of cases, landlords do gain access promptly, and this leads to a shortening of the safety check cycle year on year. So if a landlord carries out a gas safety check every 10.5 months, this will result in 10 annual gas safety checks being completed over a 9-year period instead of the statutory 9. The proposal will amend the regulations by amending Regulation 36.3 and the insertion of Regulation 36A. This change will allow landlords' gas safety check to be carried out in a window of between 10 and 12 months after the previous check, but they will be treated as if they were carried out on the last day of that 12-month validity, thereby preserving the existing expiry date of the safety check record. The second targeted change is clarification on recording defects. After a gas safety check has been carried out by a gas registered engineer, the engineer produces a document known as a landlord's gas safety check record. This is given to the landlord, who must then give a copy to the tenant. The Regulation 36.3c lists all the information that should be included on a landlord's gas safety check record. The proposed amendment will change the text in Regulation 36.3cv from any defect identified to any safety defect identified. This will not have any impact on how safety inspections are carried out, and it will simply clarify and more accurately reflect what already happens and the original intention of the legislation. The third targeted change is the incorporation and extension of an existing exemption. Regulation 26 places a duty on any person installing a gas appliance to ensure that it is done safely. The appliance must be examined after work has been done, and Regulation 26.9 outlines safety checks that must be carried out. There is currently an exemption to Regulation 26.9c, which has been in place since September 2016. The purpose of this exemption is to allow engineers to carry out alternative safety checks to those prescribed in 26.9c. These alternative checks are only carried out when it's not possible to carry out the checks as prescribed in the regulations. This is an opportunity to amend the regulations and to incorporate the current exemption and to broaden it out to include scenarios where it is not reasonably practical for the heat input and operating pressure to be measured. This would not only include circumstances where there is no meter, which is currently covered by the exemption, but also where the meter is not accessible or the meter display is not working. The fourth and final targeted change is the disapplication for compressed natural gas filling stations, also known as CNG filling stations. Before outlining why this change is made to legislation, I'll just clarify what a CNG filling station is for the committee. So the CNG filling station is a refuelling point that compresses and delivers natural gas to vehicles designed to run on it. In Great Britain and Ireland, the infrastructure is largely focused on commercial and heavy transport. Natural gas is seen as a transitional fuel as it produces 15 to 30% lower carbon dioxide emissions than diesel. HSE and I are proposing a disapplication for dedicated installations which are primarily used to supply gas to vehicles and that incorporate one or more compressors having motor ratings greater than 5 kilowatts from the majority of the requirements of the gas safety installation and use regs. This will bring them in line with other industrial premises, excluding them from the main scope of the regulations, except for Regulation 37, 38, 41 and subject to Regulation 38. This application is not for safety reasons. It's because, one, the scenario had not been imagined when the regulations were originally written, and because the gas safety installation and use regs is not the most appropriate legislation to manage safety at these sites. In Northern Ireland, other health and safety regulations adequately cover these sites. These regulations include the Dangerous Substance and Explosive Atmosphere Regulations Northern Ireland 2003 and the Pressure System Safety Regulations Northern Ireland 2004. There are not currently any such refuelling sites in Northern Ireland. This change to the legislation will remove a barrier to such sites developing in the future should there be a demand within the Northern Ireland market. The financial benefits of these changes include the fact that the Department and HSE and I will incur no additional costs. Businesses, particularly landlords, are expected to benefit from reduced compliance costs, with estimated savings of approximately 341,000 in Northern Ireland. These savings arise mainly from avoiding unnecessary additional safety checks and streamlining the process. In summary, the amendments modernise the 2004 regulations by providing greater flexibility for landlords, reducing administrative complexities with clearer requirements and consolidating exemptions, and removing potential barrier to the development of CNG facilities in Northern Ireland. The amendments also bring us in line with Great Britain, ensuring regulatory consistency across both jurisdictions. And it's worth noting again that these changes do not reduce safety standards. Instead, they maintain the existing protections while allowing more practical application of the legislation. Chair, that concludes my submission, and I'm happy to take any questions from committee members.
Thank you very much, Sean. I just wanted to check, in the first part of your evidence you had said that the first change had already been in place in mainland GB since 2018.
Yeah.
I just wanted to ascertain what the delay from Northern Ireland following
Yeah, since 2018 it's been quite a busy time in Northern Ireland. At the time the Assembly wasn't actually sitting in Northern Ireland. And since then, there has been a raft of other health and safety legislations. There's been at least 7 that have gone through in that period of time.
Makes sense. Thank you, Sean. Colleagues, I have no other questions. So if no colleague does, can I thank the committee? Sorry, can I thank you, Sean, on behalf of the committee? And appreciate the work on this important matter.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, colleagues, are members content that we note the proposed rule, publish the relevant documentation on the committee web page and launch a call for evidence? Thank you. Then move to item 7, which is SL1 Student Support Regulations. The Department intends to lay an SR, the Education Student Support Amendment Number 2 Regulation, Northern Ireland 2026. The proposed rule, which would be subject to negative resolution procedure and would come into effect from the 1st of August 2026 prior to the 26-27 academic year. The proposed rule would revise the student support regulation to ensure that where an overseas student is applying for further leave to remain in the United Kingdom, their eligibility for student support would not be terminated unless and until a decision was made by the Home Office to refuse further leave to remain. The committee launched the usual calls for evidence on citizen space. There was no responses received. Members have any questions at this stage? If not, are members content that the committee is content for the department to make the proposed rule? Is that agreed? Okay. Item 8 then is the SL1 Industrial Training Levy. The department intends to lay an SR Industrial Training Levy Construction Industry Order Northern Ireland 2026. The rule will be subject to negative resolution and will come into operation on the 31st of August 2026. The CIT board can raise funding through a levy on employers in this industry. The board is to encourage the adequate training of those employed or intending to be employed in the construction industry. The levy is imposed for the period commencing 1 September 2026 and ending 31 August 27. The levy rate of 0.55% in respect of relevant earnings remains the same operating during the preceding levy period. An employer will be exempt from this levy where the relevant earnings are less than £80,000. Some members indicated previously that the decision to leave the threshold at £80,000 now means that a larger number of smaller construction companies are paying the levy. The committee launched a call for evidence on the 3rd of June and received no response. Members have any issues they want to raise at this stage? If not, are members content for the department to make the proposed rule? Agreed. Thank you. Item 9 then, SR-RHI closure regulations. The RHI Closure of Non-Domestic Scheme Act Northern Ireland 2026 has received royal assent. The department has consequently laid the SR, the Renewable Heat Incentive Scheme Closure Regulations Northern Ireland 2026. The rule is subject to draft affirmative resolution, meaning that it is to be laid in draft and then debated at plenary session. This will most likely take place in September. The department advised that it appears that Ofgem are now to continue support the previous RHI regulations for a further few months. This means the payments at the same tariff rates but not based on historic generation continue to be paid until the closure regulations come into effect in September. The department advises that there will be no interruption to RHI payments and consequently hardship payments will now not be necessary. The committee previously launched its call for views. There was one response received from Rani which was positive. Refer members to the clerk's covering at page 68 and to the response from the Bill Office to Royal Assent process at page 116. The ESR report will be provided in early September and the rule will then likely be debated at first or second plenary in September 2026. If there are no questions, then members, can I put it to the Committee for the Economy has considered the RHI scheme closure regulation Northern Ireland 2026 and subject to the ESR report recommends that the be affirmed by the Assembly. Members content? Okay, thank you. Item 10 then is retention and disposal schedule. An amendment to the retention and disposal schedule for the department has been laid. These schedules are treated like other statutory rules. If the committee has concerns, this should be indicated to the department. If necessary, the committee could pray against the retention and disposal schedule. Do members have any questions on this? Okay, if not, then we can suggest that the committee is content for the schedule as drafted. Members agreed? Okay, item 11, we're slightly out of sync just because we didn't get to these items in last week's business. So, Peter, draft forward work programme part 1.
Members, page 134 is where we're at. So this is our last meeting before summer recess. We'll meet again later in summer recess at Wednesday 26th of August when we'll pick up with the 2 LCMs and hopefully have a briefing from Ms McLaughlin on her regional balance bill. Then Tuesday 1st we'll get the department in to talk about their renewable electricity generation bill prior to second stage on that one. Additionally then, Competition and Markets Authority 9 29th September to talk about the home heating oil review that they've done. And additionally, in those first few weeks, what I'm going to try and get done is, if the committee is willing, to take evidence on the utility regulator bill. And then we get the utility regulator in themselves on the 16th of September, and they can then comment on what everybody else has said. So that off the back of that, then we can then get the department in, see what they say. Members can make up their minds about amendments, whether they want them, whether they don't, and we could probably get that all done and dusted middle of October. The petroleum bill, very few responses. I'll give you a table showing what it is, and you've already seen the responses anyway. But I suspect we should get through that quite quickly. So that's looking good. The idea is to get these bills, if members are content, sorted out nice and early, September, October time, leaving us time for the regional balance bill, the renewable electricity bill, and whatever other bills may come, and we will be ready for them. Public Accounts Committee is to take forward the NRC annual report and accounts. If you remember, we talked about that last week. We'll also have NICVA coming in on the 30th to talk about, I think that's the local growth fund, isn't it? And additionally then, there's an invitation which hasn't materialised just yet to the formal opening of AMIC, the Advanced Manufacturing Innovation Centre in Newton Abbey. They're saying 6th of October, that's a Tuesday. So I've gone back to them and said, look, if you make it Wednesday, then we could have our meeting there if members were willing. So we'll see about that. But Chair, if I can ask if members are content with the forward work programme as amended, and there's Mr. Doherty.
Yes, thanks, Chair, and agree with that forward work programme. I think it's very comprehensive. I also have noted, and I'm sure other members will, that ATU have this week brought forward a hugely significant programme of work which is about aligning all Ireland opportunities, and they've actually created a system of application which allows more Northern students to apply and to have their qualifications recognised. So that's obviously been a body of work that as a committee we've asked for and taken forward. They've stepped ahead of where other universities are at the minute, and therefore I would like to propose that we invite ATU to the committee to see how we can learn from their best practice. At present it is a pilot model, but I think it's one which this committee could certainly take forward and look at.
Sorry, Chair, I was late, so I don't know if this was mentioned at the beginning, but yesterday I chaired the all-party group on skills, and there are serious concerns from the sector about the cut to the skills budget. I think this is something that the committee is going to need to look at from the unions, the impact it's going to have on apprenticeships, pausing of the careers portal. Like, there's so much within it, and there's serious concern within the sector at the moment.
So we'll come to that in correspondence. I'd received correspondence in a personal capacity from the chair of the Skills Council, which I then sent in, so it's now on the agenda for
Great, okay, thank you.
Are members content with Mr. Delargy's proposal?
Yes.
Okay, agreed.
Lovely. 12.
Okay, item 12 then, Peter.
Okay, well, I'll speak to that if you like. Okay, so number 12.
Do you want me to do that?
That's okay.
Are you sure?
Number 12, so we were at, if I can find it myself, page 139. So this is the Renewable Electricity Generation Bill. It's been introduced, hasn't had its second stage yet. You can see a timeline at page 139 that I'm suggesting. So I'm expecting it to get its second stage early on in September. What is suggested to members is that because it's an executive bill, that we push ahead and do the call for evidence now over the summer, so that we'll be ready then to take that evidence. Probably then that would be maybe after Sinead's bill, so that would be sometime like November time. So it's plenty of time for people to respond. So if members have no worries about that, or if they want to have any questions, then there's a press release, a related memo to statutory committees, a draft letter to stakeholders, a list of stakeholders, a draft citizen space survey, a newspaper advertisement, all in papers there just after page 139. If you're content for me to go ahead with those now, I will.
From my perspective, glad we finally got here. Should have been here a year ago, but we are here now where we are. So my suggestion would be that we go ahead, because industry have been waiting on this for a long time. But David?
Absolutely agree that we've been waiting for this for an awful long time. Industry and the world outside of this building has been waiting for this, so the sooner we get on with it, the better. So,
Members content?
Members are also content for me to write to the department seeking the delegated powers memorandum, quality impact assessment, Keating schedule, and to also write to the examiner statutory rules asking for her opinion on the bill now. So we get all these things in train. That's agreed.
Great. Okay. Item 13 then is the Regional Balance Bill. The committee agreed to launch their call for evidence on the Regional Balance Bill on the 24th of June. The committee agreed that this decision in regard should not be interpreted as either opposition or endorsement of the passage of the Regional Balance Bill second stage. The decision should not be interpreted as setting a precedent for other bills or for other committees. The clerk's memo is at page 191, which includes a proposed timeline for consideration of the bill. Members have any questions on that? No. Sinead, we look forward to having you in the hot chair then at the end of August. Are you content with that, Sinead?
Oh, she can't ask broadcasting to. There she go. There you go. We should be on now, Sinead.
Yeah, no, I'm very content with that, Chair, and I'm glad that the call for evidence has gone out, and I look forward to briefing the committee on the 26th of August.
No problem. Thank you, Sinead. Members content? Okay, so given that we're ahead of schedule and
Do we issue there's a press release? Is
are members content with the press release also?
Yeah.
Okay, agreed.
Go ahead. We could go to correspondence.
Okay, yeah, let's move then to item 16, which is correspondence. Okay, so they start at page 602, members. So page 606 is item 2. Members are asked to note correspondence from the Minister advising that a refreshed model for the Northern Ireland Skills Council is to be brought forward. We're covering the Skills Council correspondence later, aren't we, Peter?
I think we're also picking it up at right. Yes, we are.
Sorry, apologies.
Sorry, no, this is my fault. Okay, yeah. Yeah, sorry. If you go to item 4.
Perfect. So we'll take these two together. So item 2 and item 4 is in relation to the Skills Council. So item 4 is notification from the Permanent Secretary on contingency actions in respect of the budget, reducing New Start apprenticeship placements by 2,000, pausing the apprenticeship action plan pilot, pausing Skill Up, scaling back Skill Focus, assured skill academies and Innovate Us, and pausing the careers portal. A skills contingency fund remains, and table correspondence there is related information from the Skills Council. So I'll bring you in at this stage, Kate.
Yeah, I mean, I can't articulate just how concerned everyone was, and we had people from the Skills Council, we had union members, we had people from industry, and they were saying that skills are the lifeblood to our economy, and this is going to impact economic growth. It's going to impact opportunities, especially when we're looking at AI. We need to be investing more in skills, not less. And obviously there are budget constraints, but we really need to understand the thinking behind this and the actual impact that this is going to have. So I don't know what members think, but I think we need to write to the Minister to understand the thinking behind this, if they've assessed the impact this is going to have, and then to encourage stakeholders to get in touch with the impact. I got a letter from Nick too to say the Union Learning Fund is going to be impacted, Innovate Us, Step Up, Inclusive Futures, SME Productivity Booster. This is really serious, and the impact is going to be significant.
Are members content then that we seek both the department and maybe the Skills Council then come to us when we're back at the end of August?
I think we actually need an impact. Is there been an impact assessment done by the department on what this will be right now, but also what this will look like in 5 or 10 years time? Because this is actually so I think that's a bit of work. If we could ask for that now and then bring them in as soon as we can.
Right to the Minister in those terms.
Yes. Members, anything else we should say at this stage? No. Okay. So.
Chair.
Oh, sorry, Sinead. Apologies.
Sorry. No. And I'm wondering. All of these organisations got letters to say that the cut-off was the end of July for the apprenticeship programmes and that's really serious because of the recruitment that takes place over the summer. But I'm wondering what impact the negotiations regarding the budget will be on this when the executive ministers meet with the Northern Ireland Office and the Secretary of State on Thursday, and will that change significantly so that these organisations may get some comfort over the summer, and how we as a committee can deal with that fallout in recess. Have we given any thoughts to that about the budget and about the impact and how we can deal with that, you know, if there is significant fallout over the summer?
Yeah. So just thinking out loud, and obviously I'm a relatively new member to this, but I assume if a budget were to be agreed by the executive over the summer, that a dedicated official opposition may encourage the Assembly to be recalled for the Minister to give a statement on that, or that the Finance Minister or wider executive would bring members to, or would bring the House together to do that. Peter, you're a former clerk of the Finance Committee, but I assume that we have not had a situation where a budget has been agreed during summer recess before.
I would imagine the Assembly would be recalled to pass a budget bill.
Yes.
Because right now, as you know, the departments are all working on contingencies, which kick in on the 1st of August. So I think that might, if something was agreed, that would happen then.
So that would probably be the opportunity then, the Assembly would be recalled to pass the bill, and then obviously the committee, once the allocations are made to departments, then the committee would be free then to meet with, to be recalled also and have a meeting with departmental officials to then see how the contingency budget is replaced by a new departmental budget and the impact on all these issues would be. But I'm kind of flying blind on this.
Yeah, and I suppose we're all probably flying blind on this in a way. But it's little comfort, I suppose, to those organisations that have been given those letters and are hoping against hope that, you know, if a budget is passed, or as a budget is drawn up, that they will find comfort within that budget, that they will not face the cuts that they are currently trying to deal with. And these are people's jobs. Like, they literally will have to cut significant jobs right across all our communities.
Thank you. And thankfully we have the Deputy Chair of the Finance Committee.
No, thank you. And I think that if through the negotiations there is an agreement, obviously then executive ministers will have to agree the budget and then come back for a budget bill, and then that'll set that legislative chain in motion. But separate to that, you know, in terms of this and the skills, given that, as Sinead said, these letters are talking about the impact from July to affect people, you know, coming into this next school term, the plans for apprenticeships and things coming forward, is there any way, you know, we can expedite communications on this, like now for this committee in terms of skills apprenticeships, how we get information, just as David had said, like, has there been a risk assessment? Because, you know, if we hit this cliff edge in the middle of the summer, whether the budget's agreed or not, we're still looking into a bit of a crisis in skills here, and we haven't had any information through this committee that I'm aware of with regard to that. So if there's anything we can do in terms of that, I think it would be quite important.
To the Minister in those terms.
Sorry, one other point. One of the things that was raised as well yesterday in the Skills All Party group is that when then Minister Murphy announced some of the skills programs, there was it was implied that this was ring fenced. So I think just clarity on this would be useful as well.
We haven't received any correspondence from the department on this, have we? Just from this.
Well, we have from the Permanent Secretary, so
yes.
What he's indicated about the.
But as in terms of a screening exercise or anything like that, or the proposed impact? No.
I don't think so. I think we just have what we have.
And the Skills Council, the chair of the Skills Council was there yesterday, and she said she had written to the Permanent Secretary as the accounting officer to understand how he was.
Are members content with that approach?
Yeah.
Okay, item 3 then, members are asked to consider departmental correspondence advising that it cannot provide figures for adult learning coming from FE, HE from community education sector, but may be able to do so in 26-27. Is the committee content to forward to ANTOS? Great. Yeah, okay. Item 5 then, members are asked to note departmental correspondence providing a timeline for the publication of the 25-26 DFE accounts. Is the committee content to note? Item 6, members are asked to note departmental correspondence providing a timeline for the publication of the 24-25 Northern Regional accounts, which will be later in 2026. Members content to note that the PAC will be taking this matter forward, and if the committee content to defer consideration until our friends and colleagues at the PAC have completed their deliberations. Members content? Item 7, departmental correspondence in respect of queries relating to HE widening participation. Members content to note? Item 8, members are asked to note departmental response in respect of changes to childcare pre-employment checks.
One point to raise. This was really positive. We'll remember that NI Chamber came in, they talked about the need for this change. We were at the Department of Health, they said that they were going to change this. It's still, employers still are having to do the checks. So even though it was announced, it isn't actually in place yet. So just to make members aware.
Yeah. Okay, item 9, then members are asked to notification from the Minister has laid a memorandum indicating she is not to seek the consent of the Assembly for Westminster to legislate in respect of the Steel Industry Nationalisation Bill. Members content to note. Item 10, members are asked to note departmental correspondence, including the Delegated Power Memorandum for the Petroleum Exploration and Licensing Bill. Is the committee content to forward to the Examiner of Statutory Rules? Thank you. Item 11, departmental correspondence clarifying that the Department wishes to appoint the UR as the economic regulator for hydrogen, but believes it is outside of the scope of the UR bill. Is the committee content to note and add to the bill folder? Thank you. Item 12, members are asked to note ministerial correspondence, including a copy of the report of the cooperative sector. This is embargoed until later in July. A UK-wide review of legislation is underway. Northern Ireland policy development and legislation, perhaps around mutualisation, is recommended to support the sector. Members content to note. Thank you. Item 13, members are asked to note departmental correspondence on the Belfast City Council Local Economic Partnership Action Plan. Members content to note. Thank you. Item 14, members are asked to note departmental response in respect of timing of the domestic abuse safe leave regulations, which are to be drafted by autumn 26, along with guidance. Are members content to note? Item 15, departmental response in respect of tourism, innovation and supporting workshops. Is the committee content to note? Item 16, a departmental press release announcing money for the FLA, which is taking place in Belfast this summer. Members content to note. Thank you. Item 17, members are asked to consider departmental response providing more information on Irish medium education and initial teacher education provision. Is the committee content that we would share this with our colleagues in the Committee for Education? Thank you. Item 18, members are asked to consider a memo from the Committee for Justice, including correspondence received from an individual regarding a proposal for the reform of the Industrial Tribunal's Northern Ireland Rules for Procedures. The committee content to note, as the committee considered this previously. Thank you. Item 19, members are asked to note a copy of correspondence, including a reply from the Northern Ireland Children's Commissioner calling for mandatory children's rights assessment on all legislation. Is the committee content to note? Item 20, members are asked to note Committee for Infrastructure have no response to the Utility Regulator Bill. Is the committee content to note and add to the bill folder and publish on the committee webpage? Okay. Item 21, members are asked to note a Committee for Finance memo, including the Oireachtas Public Service Performance Report. This provides a breakdown of ROI departmental spending versus the number of apprenticeships, number of female apprentices, skilled places, HE places, graduate unemployment, etc. Which is actually a very interesting document. So thank you, Deputy Chair, for sharing that with us. It's an interesting way to show that. Are members content to note? Item 22, members are asked to note a copy of correspondence from the Department for Business and Trade to the House of Lords Northern Ireland Scrutiny Committee in respect of framework measures for the acceleration of industrial capacity and decarbonisation in strategic sectors. As this was answered in AQWs recently, is the committee content to note? Item 23, again for noting, is a copy of correspondence from the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology to the House of Lords Northern Ireland Scrutiny Committee in respect of adding to the Windsor Framework the EU Cyber Resilience Act. Members content to note? Item 24, members are asked to note a copy of correspondence from the House of Lords Northern Ireland Scrutiny Committee to the Department for Business Trade in respect of establishing a framework of measures to the acceleration of industrial capacity and decarbonisation. Is the committee content to write to the Department in respect of the concerns linked to the EU's proposal for a regulation for inclusion in the framework, the Industrial Accelerator Act? Is that agreed? Item 25, members are asked to note a copy of correspondence from the House of Lords Northern Ireland Scrutiny Committee to the Northern Ireland Secretary of State and Nick Thomas Simmons in respect of follow-up inquiry on strengthening Northern Ireland's voice in the context of the Windsor Framework and respect of the one-stop shop developments for Northern Ireland GB trade. Members content to note? Item 26 is a copy of correspondence from the House of Lords Northern Ireland Scrutiny Committee to the Secretary of State in respect of emission type approval procedure for light passenger and commercial vehicles. DOT is to publish a response to the consultation on the GB EU car type approval, which our committee took evidence on before Christmas. Committee content to note? Item 27 is to note the Secretary of State response in respect of the SEM and recoupling with the GB electricity market. Members content to note. Item 28 is a paper from Microsoft in relation to their AI policy. Members content to note. Item 29, the Northern Ireland Fiscal Sustainability Report 2026. Members content to note. Item 30 is a copy of the Pivotal Report. Members content to note. Item 31, are members content to note a report from the Joseph Rowntree Foundation on Disability and Poverty in Northern Ireland. Item 32, members are asked to note a copy of the Ulster University Strategic Policy Unit's report Unlocking Northern Ireland's Potential and Framework for Economic Transformation. Members content to note. Thank you. Item 33 is in tabled papers asked to consider correspondence from the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs in respect of their call for evidence for the hunting with dogs bill. Is the committee content that we don't provide a response to that? Yep. Item 34, members are asked to note further correspondence by a concerned individual in respect of NIPSO. Members content to note. Item 35, members are asked to note further submissions to the call for evidence for the Utility Regulator Bill. Is the committee content to publish these and further responses received today and ask the UR for its commentary on this? Great. Item 36 in table papers is further submission on the call for evidence on the Petroleum Bill. Is the committee content to publish these and any further responses received? Item 37 is a response from the Minister in respect of interconnection. Members content to note. Item 38 in table papers, members are asked to note departmental correspondence relating to the DFC home heating oil and changes to the Energy Northern Ireland Order 2003 to allow for the collection of relevant data. It appears the DFC is to bring forward an SL1 which will amend the 2003 order and which will allow applications to the scheme to be progressed. Members content to note. Item 39 in table papers is the June Capital Investment Summary Report. Members content to note. Item 40 is correspondence between DBT and the House of Lords Northern Ireland Scrutiny Committee in respect of safety of toys. Members content to note. Item 41, members are asked to note an invitation to the Sea Across Society event on Tuesday the 3rd of November. Is the committee content to note? Okay. And then item 30...
So it's just, Chairperson, we previously received a response from the Department on Community Energy, and just Community Energy Northern Ireland were in contact and asked to see it. If the committee are happy for me to share that with them.
Yes.
Great, thanks. Very good.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay. Let me check to see if our colleagues from Queen's are there.
Thanks, members. That was a ton of correspondence. Sorry for tabling it all, but I just don't see you for a while, so I hope I don't see you for a while, but I probably will.
I hope you don't see it.
No, I think I will be seeing you.
Let me just go into recess here while we're waiting on.
Okay.
Committee Room 30. Sound. 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 Committee Room 30, Sound. Committee Room 30, Sound. Committee Room 30, Sound.
Okay, colleagues, the committee will now receive evidence from Queen's University in respect to higher education financial position and the potential losses of student places. I refer to the clerk's covering note at page 195. Previous related Queen's University correspondence to the Minister at page 211. Recent related papers from Ulster University and DFE at page 215, etc. So, on behalf of the committee, can I welcome Professor Sir Ian Greer, President and Vice-Chancellor of Queen's University Belfast, Professor Margaret Topping, Pro-Vice-Chancellor for Global Engagement, Dr Ryan Feeney, Vice-President and Registrar, and Mr Alistair Finlay, Chief People Officer and Interim VP, Student and Corporate Services. Colleagues, you're very welcome back to committee, and thank you very much for taking the time to come here today. And I'm very happy to hand over to you at this stage.
Well, thank you, Chair, and thank you pardon me, to members of the committee for the invitation to appear before you today. We greatly value the opportunity to engage directly with you, and we really do recognise and appreciate the support for the sector that you've offered during quite a fraught period of financial challenge. Let me begin with a positive reflection on where we are at Queen's at present. We're currently ranked 174th in the world in the 2027 Global League tables. That puts us in the top 10% of universities worldwide. That's also an improvement of 25 places in the last year and 59 places over the last 5 years. No other Russell Group universities achieved that level of increase, that rate of increase in recent years. Furthermore, just last week, it was announced that we were 34th in the world for impact. That puts us in the top 3% of universities in the world, a remarkable achievement. But I have to say that progress is not accidental. It truly reflects the sustained investment, the strategic focus, and the stable industrial relations that we've had. The stable industrial relations, in fact, represents a 6-year agreement with our unions that gives us a great platform for growth. The rest of the sector across the UK is challenged by industrial disputes at present, and Queen's is the only university with such a long agreement with its staff that allows us, as I say, that stable platform for growth. Global reputation really matters. It matters because it puts Northern Ireland on the map. We're on the map as a great place to live, to work and to invest. And it really does benefit our students, your constituents, who gain access to world-class teaching, fantastic research facilities and opportunities that really are unmatched. So they really are very well equipped for the changing labour markets that we see ahead. Our success also demonstrates to investors, local and international, that Northern Ireland can match their ambitions and provide them with the talent pipeline and the base they need to grow. A great example would be AMIC. Just on Monday I was up at the Advanced Manufacturing Centre at Global Point, and there they had a major project on 4D welding, the modern approach to welding. Northern Ireland has a shortage of welders, but what we can do is use robotic and digital approaches to give you better quality welds, replacing the workforce that we had with a new type of workforce enabled through that robotic technology. So we've invested in Northern Ireland, we've invested financially in the City Deal centres, and these centres provide industry with cutting edge technology and expertise that they need to do the transformation of their own products and services. So many of our companies, especially the SMEs, don't have their own research and development capability. By using the facilities we've set up, they can bring new products and services into their market. These centres are already scaling up, bringing jobs and bringing further substantial investment. Now, another external validation is given from the experience of our students. A month ago, Queen's was named the What Uni University of the Year. Now, I'm flagging this because it's based solely on student votes. So students across the UK vote for what the best university is, and Queen's come out as the #1 place. So our students in the UK are saying Queen's is actually the best university in the UK to go and study at present. And indeed our students' union, and many of you will have had interactions with our student union in the past, was voted for the 2nd year running as being the best students' union in the country. And we've scored high in other categories, particularly facilities, student life, postgraduate experience, so we're doing really well. And as I say, these are important because they're voted for by students. This isn't some abstract ranking. This is a true vote as to where we are. Now, a key outcome for our students is not just in education, it's employability. And we're actually number one in the Russell Group for employability. 93% of our graduates are in employment or further study within 15 months of graduation. All of these achievements are more than institutional success. They reflect the collective impact of sustained public investment and the partnership that we have between the university, the department and the executive, and I would add with business and industry also. And perhaps that's the key point, because over the last decade we've worked tirelessly to invest in our staff, our students and our facilities to catalyse the success that we see today. So it hasn't happened by accident, it's hard won. You all know that Queen's is one of the most critical assets in our region's economy. We've got fantastic economic impact, more than £3.35 billion a year. So we don't simply produce graduates that are, we're not a disconnected institute, remote from the communities that we serve. Rather, we feel we're an integral part of those communities, and that's a responsibility that we take very seriously. However, and there's always a however, against that backdrop of success, we've had a number of concerns. The current contingency budget provided by the Department for the Economy sets out a £13.5 million reduction in funding from Queen's starting in August 26, 4 weeks away, which is the start of our new year. A new year when we've committed to many students that they can have a place at Queen's if they get the right grades. So that short notice makes it really, really challenging for us to manage. We believe that a cut in that magnitude will undo many of the successes that you've seen, because we can't see how we can sustain a trajectory of success with cuts like that, especially at such short notice. So such a reduction, we believe, could lead to stalling of further growth, and we would have passed that high watermark. We're a university on the way up, we're doing very, very well, fantastic trajectory, but have we now reached as far as we can go because of these funding constraints, and will that new budget start driving us back? I should stress that it's not simply the contingency budget that's been the issue. We've got a long-standing problem in university funding. We've seen year-on-year real-term reductions for 15 years in a row. The proposed contingency budget will accelerate that trajectory. We absolutely appreciate the strain and the financial pressures that the executive is under. We know you can't do everything. We believe it's important to engage collectively in partnership to identify solutions, and we're still open to do that in any way that we can, because we need a solution for Northern Ireland, and we all, regardless of what side of the table we're on, we've all got responsibilities to Northern Ireland and our communities. The solution to the problem, of course, is economic growth. So why would we do something that would make that growth stall, whether it's in skills or innovation? We should be promoting that to give a good return on the investment and to drive a solution for the region's problems. Using the department's own funding formula, the proposed teaching grant reduction equates to approximately 720 fewer undergraduates at Queen's next year. That gives you an idea of the scale. And to put it in further context, if you look at the total cut proposed, that equates to a loss of over 2,100 university places at Queen's. Now, we're not for a moment suggesting we're going to cut 2,100 places. That would be wholly irresponsible. We couldn't and wouldn't want to do that. But I wanted to emphasise the magnitude of the cut. What's being asked of us is, can we educate 2,100 people with no contribution from government for the funding model? That's not really a tenable way in which to do business or in which to drive an economy. Despite these constraints, the demand for university places is increasing. This year we have 20,500 NI applications and 5,420 applications from students in the Republic for the forthcoming year. That's creating a deeply challenging situation for us. That's because of the student number cap model, which combines Northern Ireland and Republic of Ireland places in the cap. There's a practical issue here, because the results come out in Northern Ireland 2 to 3 weeks before the Irish results come out. When we make an offer to students, that effectively is a contract. If that student gets those results, we have to take them, whether they come from ROI or north of the border. So we're committed to these students, so we've got an issue, because we've got to work out how many ROI students are likely to come, and we have to hold back in places from the north. What that means is that we're going to be holding back around 700 places in August, waiting for the results of the Irish Leaving Certificate, so that we know how many students from ROI will come. That means that our students, our potential students, your constituents, will face a delay of up to 3 weeks after getting the results before we can tell them they've got a place at Queen's. And that's because we're waiting on the ROI results. Now, during that period of uncertainty, students get anxious. They want their future secured. And they get lots of offers from universities in Great Britain, and many of them take them up. So they'll go to Liverpool or Newcastle or Dundee for their course. And that's displacing local students from local provision at a time when we want to retain these students and add them to our skilled workforce. So we absolutely and strongly welcome the increase in cross-border participation. We want these students from ROI to come. What we don't want them to do is to displace students from the north. So we think that we should be looking at a way in which we can get the ROI students out of the cap so that we can welcome as many who wish to come. We would take with open arms, but we don't want them to displace NI students. And that's important because we should recognise that when the students from the south do come here, the support for their education actually comes from our budget. So we're seeing an increased number of students coming from the south. A few years ago it was 2.7%, and this year it's going to be between 15 and 20% of our intake comes from the south. That change has occurred over 7 years. That means that today, on the number of students coming, the ROI students are directly supported by over £4 million of our teaching grant per annum. So we're spending our money on ROI students. We believe that there's a case for the ROI government supporting these students because it's not symmetrical. If the movement north and south of the border was even, we would have absolutely no issue. But it's uneven, and a much larger proportion of students come from the south than go from north to south. So it's unbalanced, and that's why we think that we should be addressing this. Because up to 1 in 5 of our places is going to be filled by ROI students, but as I say, paid for through the NOI budget. So these are some illustrations of the problems we've got with the current system. And without intervention, that current system is going to increasingly disadvantage students from Northern Ireland. Now, it's not just universities that are concerned. We did a Lucid Talk poll that we commissioned just 4 weeks ago, and we asked the public here in Northern Ireland how worried they were about cuts to a range of public services. As you'd expect, healthcare was probably the most concerning issue, and then staffing levels in schools. However, 67% of adults in Northern Ireland were worried about a reduction in student places at Queen's. That sits alongside budgetary cuts for PSNI recovery or a reduction in the services provided by TransLink. So this is now a major public issue. As outlined in my recent letter to the committee, our position on the inflationary pressure on tuition fees absolutely remains. The department's current approach forecasts inflation, and that's what it uses to adjust the student fee, and that's lower than actual inflation. And to give you a feel for that, we now have a significant shortfall because of the lack of inflationary uplift. So the shortfall was £750,000 in 1921-22, and it's now £10.7 million in 25-26 because we haven't kept pace with inflation. So that's another financial pressure. Now, alongside the cut in the teaching grant, we're seeing a proposed 26% reduction in capital allocation. That's important because capital in the university sense is not really about providing new buildings or facilities. It actually provides for research infrastructure. Infrastructure that allows us to attract and retain talent, to secure competitive external funding, to invest in infrastructure and innovation, and deliver research that truly drives societal impact. Last year alone, Queen's got around £120 million in competitive research funding, leveraging this core investment by the Department for the Economy. So that's a great return in investment. We've got another £120 million into Northern Ireland to drive research projects because of that funding. The research that we do drives these tangible benefits across NI. I've mentioned the work that happens in AMIC, but you could also see the same in healthcare and innovation or in environmental issues. So the work we do truly does save lives. It supports jobs and it strengthens public services. Indeed, I would argue that it underpins the entire Executive's economic objectives. So a reduction in the scale proposed inevitably will significantly undermine the capacity that we've got to deliver on what's been a decade of progress in building our capacity, building our research and innovation base and driving it into industry, again with the city deals being perhaps the most important. Sadly, colleagues have remarked to me that this decision on the budget suggests that the Department and the wider Executive don't value the importance of a globally competitive research institution. The focus seems to be in cost and not in the value that we return. And if this decision is carried, we really fail to see how we can contribute to the successful delivery of the stated ministerial objectives. We want to see Northern Ireland do well, but with cuts such as this, we will fail to be able to support them in the way that we'd like. So taken together, these pressures are also compounded by the external factors. And I'm talking about, in particular, the UK immigration policy, which I know is not the remit of this committee. It's also driven by, or our standing in the world is also driven by the recent public disorder issue, which has impacted on our ability to attract international staff and students. So the UK and Northern Ireland are not looking at attractive places to come to study and to work at present. And yet these foreign students, foreign staff members are an important source of our income and our talent. In Great Britain, when the numbers of international students fall, they can recruit more home students to fill the capacity and mitigate any financial loss. Because of the cap, we can't do that. So the cumulative effect of all these issues is clear. The current funding model, from our perspective, is no longer viable, and indeed it's damaging the sector and damaging the economy. And for the avoidance of doubt, we have absolutely no issue with ministerial, departmental and programme for government priorities. It's your job as political leaders to implement policy initiatives that make a real difference. But it's our responsibility in the university to consider the long-term sustainability of the organisation, the success of our institution, and our impact on the community that we serve. We take that very seriously. We also understand that there are conflicting priorities, if you will, across the HE sector. Specifically, we know that the expansion of the McGee campus at Ulster is a programme for government commitment. We've always fully supported that because we believe that expansion of the sector, regardless of whether it's at UU or Queen's, is really, really important. What we don't want to see is displacement. And we also want to see it performed in a more integrated way. The Executive has said, as outlined in the New Decade, New Approach document, that it will continue to implement the commitment to expand the McGee campus so it can accommodate up to 10,000 students, which we would support, by producing an Executive-agreed plan to support higher education and increase skills. What we can't see is that latter part of it. We can't see an Executive-agreed plan to support higher education and to increase skills. To our knowledge, there is no such plan. We would encourage the Executive to have such a plan because we believe that we need an integrated approach to the whole issue of HE provision and skills. So the policy direction of travel over the past 2 years seems to have focused on the North West and the McGee expansion rather than a more integrated and holistic sectoral plan to increase skills and address economic needs in line with the programme for government. So in closing, I would say Queen's is very proud of its commitment to Northern Ireland, proud of its achievements. We've been supporting students, driving economic growth and working in partnership with communities, and we'd like that to continue. However, the contingency budget represents a critical inflection point. If implemented in its current form, it will not only fundamentally and irreversibly weaken our higher education system, but also precipitate economic decline with lasting consequences for individuals, businesses and society. We believe that there are two things that should now happen urgently. Firstly, that the proposed review of higher education funding is restructured and an independent group established. Drawing on Experience International, that group could develop a more comprehensive, a more ambitious, a long-term plan that could be completed in the mandate of this Assembly and would properly inform the economic priorities for the new programme of government. This review, if it goes ahead, needs to have the confidence of the entire sector and to be aligned with the long-term economic, demographic and workforce need, taking account of the future structure and facilities of our higher education estate. Secondly, we believe that the contingency budget allocation should be reordered to return balance to the capital allocations as in previous years. So in short, we ask for a pause in the current capital plans, a return to the QR allocation of recent years, and a policy commitment for an ambitious restructuring of the higher education sector in Northern Ireland to drive the economy and to ensure that our young people have the best possible opportunities. We want to work constructively in partnership with the committee, the department and the executive to find a way forward, and we look forward to discussing these issues with you at the committee this morning. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Sir Ian, and thank you for your presentation. Northern Ireland's very lucky to have you at the head of Queen's. I just do want to pick up on one point. So in relation to the contingency budget and wider executive, let me be very clear that this contingency budget in the Department for the Economy is the Department for the Economy's alone. And it's for the Minister to own. She has no political support or cover for the contingency budget in which she is implementing. She has not sought nor will she receive executive support for the cuts that she's implementing across the Department for the Economy. So I just want to make that very clear. In relation to the really positive news that you've given, Sir Ian, so Queen's University now ranked top 10% in the entire world of universities. 3%, top 3% in terms of impact, number one for employability. Is that, in the past 2 years, those achievements, is that because of the Department for the Economy and the Minister, or in spite of the Economy Minister?
Largely despite, Chair, because we've been under these financial pressures, as you know, for a long time. The contingency budget has added to the problem, but the problem's been ongoing for as long as 10, 15 years now. And despite that, we perform very well. To give you an example, I mentioned the economic impact that we have of £3.35 billion a year, largely into the Northern Ireland economy. That represents a benefit to cost ratio of 8 to 1. So for every pound of public money, we generate £8 in return. The typical Russell Group level is 5.5 to 1. So in terms of economic return, we punch above our weight, and we do that despite cuts in funding. If you look at the financial model that we have, we've got a system where the numbers of students are controlled by government, the price that we can charge is controlled by government, and the price is set above the cost, below the cost. So it costs us more than we bring in to educate someone from Northern Ireland. We have to cross-subsidise that by attracting international students. Furthermore, because of the capital cuts, we don't receive the full cost of research. So all these research successes that I told you about, the 120 million that we brought in, that comes at a cost. And again, because we don't get the full cost of research recovered, we've got to find a way to cross-subsidise that. So those successes, Chair, absolutely have come despite a funding system that has created significant stress in the university. But we're now getting to the stage where we can't soak up that stress any longer, and something's going to give. And we're very worried that we end up having a situation where we can't produce the level of skilled graduates that we need, where we can't drive the innovation and the research that we need to drive the economy. And so we can't support the economy, which is one of our main raisons d'etre, is to support the economy in the community in Northern Ireland.
One of my most major concerns, Sir Ian, is the impact that the Minister's cuts upon the university will have to widening participation. I've been hugely grateful and supportive of the work that the institution has done to ensure that it's not just middle class people who went to grammar schools that are able to avail of world-class education here at home in Northern Ireland, that you reserve spaces and devote your own money to ensure children who may be first generation attending university, who may go or live in areas that university seems beyond their reach, but thanks to dedication, particularly by you, Sir Ian, have ensured that there have been places and grades set aside for those students who, for the first time in their lives, will be able to do that, be that through pathway or be that through support directly from the university. Could you just articulate, and I understand your commitment to widening participation, but surely at some stage that will also come under pressure as a result of the cuts imposed by the Minister?
Yes, it will come under pressure. We're actually very proud of what we do in widening participation. Around 32% of our intake from Northern Ireland come from a widening participation background, which I think is a pretty good record. In addition, we run a programme called the Pathway Opportunity Programme, which some of you will be aware of, where we identify students who who might not have the wherewithal to come to university but who are very able. We identify them in the last year of post-primary school. We bring them into Queen's to let them see what it's like, to make it seem accessible, because I worry that Queen's is perceived as being inaccessible to people when it shouldn't be. It should be accessible to all. We bring them into Queen's and then we discount their grades by 2. So if they were to require 2 A's and a B to get into a course, they would get in with 3 B's. We then support them with a modest bursary of £1,000 a year that Queen's raises externally year upon year, and we now have more than 350 students in this programme. Interestingly, their dropout rate is lower than the middle class student, and the numbers who get a first class or a 2-1 honours degree is higher. So these are students who are really hungry for success, who grab the opportunity when it comes along, and Chair, we are absolutely committed to ensuring that these students continue to have opportunities like that in Northern Ireland. But clearly that there are limits, and one of the issues that I flagged was that around 1 in 5 of our places will go to students from the Republic of Ireland. That's squeezing the numbers in the north, and the people who tend to get squeezed more are the widening participation students, whose results aren't quite as good as students who've gone to or who live in a more supported environment. It doesn't mean they're bad students, it just means they haven't had the opportunity, and that is emphasised by the results of that Pathway Opportunity programme, where their success, their outcomes are actually better than the middle class students.
That moves me on nicely to the ROI student issue, and it's something that I've raised on a number of occasions, but there doesn't seem to be clarity or understanding from the department on this issue. And the reason I say that is when I first raised this issue around a year ago, because I could see the impact that this was going to have on Northern Ireland students, the first response from the Economy Minister was, this nothing to do with me, this is an internal policy decision by institutions here in Northern Ireland, a letter which I believe you have seen. Her position has now changed on that, following pushback from the institutions to say, actually, we don't have the discretion on this. So could you just articulate, Serene, your legal and factual understanding of the position, given that the Minister doesn't seem to be clear of the law on this issue?
So students on the island of Ireland have to be treated equally. If someone wants to come to Queen's, they put in an application and we issue an offer based on the academic threshold that we think they require to complete the course successfully. We are then contractually bound to continue with that offer and to make it real should they achieve the grades. There are no independent number controls north or south. It's a single cap, which is why we have an issue. We think if we're going to have a cap, it should be a cap for Northern Ireland, and we should treat ROI separately. But just now we are constrained because they're both within the cap, have to be treated equally. But from an operational perspective, it's really tricky because of that 3-week gap between the A-level results and the Leaving Cert results. So we're juggling away in those 3 weeks, and during that time we're losing NI students to GB because they're anxious, they don't know whether they'll get a place. So we believe we're operating within the correct legal framework.
Chair, can I just add to what the Vice-Chancellor said? So the system was developed so there would be reciprocity across both jurisdictions. So the plan originally was that there would be a sizable amount of students moving north to south, which obviously would be very welcome, and south to north. Unfortunately, for various issues, that's not the case. Now, anecdotally, you can say it's because of the cost of living in Dublin, accommodation in Dublin, that we are a good proposition for people coming up north. There's been changes post-Brexit to the Scottish higher education model. So the plan was that there would be a level of equality. And look, let's be clear, we want students from the south coming north. We want that. That's very important. But the issue is that we have an unbalanced system at the moment because less than 1% of the student population is going to the south, and it's about 11% of the student population south's moved to the north.
And finally, just from me, Sir Ian, so you were one of the rightful supporters in relation to the expansion of McGee, but the Minister has taken a political decision and obviously a policy preference decision that the expansion of McGee would be protected within her budget. Over the past 2 years, according to my calculations, there's about a £25 million cut to Queen's University, whilst the McGee expansion has continued to receive substantial departmental funding. Is there coming to a point, Sir, where Queen's University will withdraw from their support for the expansion of McGee, given the failure of the wider commitment that was included within New Decade, New Approach, that the expansion of McGee would also be done on the basis of an agreed higher education funding model that would ensure all institutions were treated fairly?
Well, we'll continue to support the expansion of McGee. What I can't do, it would be irresponsible for me as Vice-Chancellor of Queen's to support something that damaged Queen's or Belfast. We absolutely want to see an expansion of the sector. We are agnostic as to whether it's UU and McGee or Queen's. We know that we need more places at university for Northern Ireland students, so we welcome an expansion. But what we can't welcome is a displacement of students or resources from one institution to another, or from one part of Northern Ireland to another, because that's going to give us a net position of damage. We need a holistic approach to look at the whole of higher education provision and how we fund it in Northern Ireland. We want to see all institutions, all areas be successful, and we want our students across the length and breadth of Northern Ireland to have equality of opportunity, and currently they don't, and displacement won't solve that problem. We need true expansion, so we continue to support absolutely and unequivocally expansion, but we can't support displacement.
Do you believe displacement is currently taking place?
We can't see how you can expand within the current envelope, which appears to be contracting rather than increasing. We need a sustainable system. We need funding for a sustainable system, and stretching resources wider and wider with a system that's already unsustainable is going to take us to breaking point, and we'll see some catastrophic failure in the sector.
So displacement, yes or no, sorry, is currently happening in your view?
We think it's displacement because we can see no increase in the budget despite an increased requirement.
Appreciate that, sir. Walter?
Thanks, Chair, and thank you for your presentation today. I'm going to start with, we've received a letter from Uncommon Gaelic. Obviously in March they had the referendum on Irish signage within the university. 92% of students voted in favour of that. Overwhelming number of students. Uncommon Gaelic have made very clear that while they've contacted the university in writing twice and by phone once, they haven't heard back. I don't think that's good enough, and I want to understand why that hasn't happened.
Well, we have actually been working very closely with our students' union since that referendum, and we've had the Commissioner both for the Irish language and for Ulster Scots visit the university, and we've liaised with them a number of times. What we're trying to work out is what's feasible. We've just done a scoping exercise actually as to how we do this for the Students' Union and get the trilingual signage in, and the cost of that will be around £600,000 just for the Students' Union. So that's going to give us a significant financial ask, if you will, and we need to identify what's practical for us to do. Conceptually, we have no argument at all, very happy to implement it. It comes down to the operationalisation of it. Ryan, you've been close to this. Would you like to pick it up?
Yeah, so Uncommon Gaelic has sent 2 letters to us, and they called my office, Padraig, last week. We haven't responded to them yet because we're trying to come back to them with an answer that would be acceptable. I'm happy to take some of the issues around this offline to give you a wider brief, but fundamentally where we're at, we've conducted a scoping exercise of the Students' Union building, and I would imagine that the committee would expect that if the Irish Language Commissioner writes to us, which he has, and we've had a very good relationship with Paul and his team, going back to when he was designate, the same with Lee Reynolds and his team. Both commissioners have written to us, both have indicated what they want to see in terms of Irish language provision and Ulster Scots provision. We've scoped out a trilingual approach in the Student Centre, which is going to cost £600,000. And that's where we're at. Now, we can future-proof some of our future developments in the university through our capital plan to make sure that trilingual signage is included as part of that. But the position we're in at the moment is that there's going to be a cost imperative. Now, we will still look at doing something. Let's be clear, we will do something around this. What it looks like, we need to game out. And we're very happy to do that, but there is a cost implication, which leads us back to the discussion we're having today around funding reduction. On Uncommon Gaelic, we'll follow up with them when we have an answer. We have done an all-staff email. I think it's very important to note, Chair, that Uncommon Gaelic's referendum was to mandate the Student Union policy on language, which they've done, and we continue to be in ongoing engagement with the Student Union officers who represent the students in the university.
So, appreciate that. Uncommon Gaelic have written twice, and they've rung once. Mm-hmm. They're the lead body in terms of Irish language. I don't understand why they can't be engaged with. If there are issues around what that engagement looks like, what the timeline looks like, then that process is about engagement. To be honest, I don't think it's befitting of a university to pull the shutters down and to refuse dialogue with an organisation. I really don't. So from this committee, I would like an answer to that, but from this committee, what I would expect by September is an engagement piece of when you've engaged, and Common Gaelic, and I also expect an answer as to how this is progressing. I've met with Common Gaelic. They've set out a very clear timeline of what this could look like, but if there's pieces around that the Queens aren't comfortable with or think should change, meet with Common Gaelic, talk them through, shut us down as in the approach that from this committee I would expect.
There's no shutters down, Padraig, let me give you that very clear assurance. We have met with them, Common Gaelic. I've met with them personally. Margaret's met with them.
When was that?
Within the last number of months, I would say within the last term. It might have been before
Easter.
Easter.
The referendum?
Prior to the referendum and post-referendum, but I could be corrected on the latter, but I'll come back to you on that. And Common Gaelic's a student society. They're a student society within the university. We engage with students on an ongoing basis. We make sure that they follow policy. We have not responded to Common Gaelic yet because we do not know what we're responding to them with. And everything we respond with then comes on social media or goes out in the media. So we want to make it very clear that we have a very clear policy within the university about what we're going to do to address it, to ensure their expectations are in the right position regarding our budgetary situation. So let's be clear. There is no attempt to block engagement with students or in Common Gaelic in any way, shape or form. We had a discussion with the Student Union President on this very issue within the last week, and when we have a position, which we hopefully will within the next number of weeks, we will go back to Common Gaelic and set that out.
I don't find that good enough at all. The engagement piece should have been with them. If there's no update, then you go back and you let them know what's happening. You let them know the progress update. No update simply isn't acceptable, and I really don't think that it's befitting of a university to refuse to engage with students. And there is a refusal. The refusal has been evidenced by the fact that in the last 3 months 2 letters have been sent and ignored. A call has been ignored as well. So I really don't think that's befitting of a university. That's me, Chair.
Can I just seek clarity on a couple of points in relation to that? So, because in terms of the 92% of students figure, what was the percent of students that took part in the SU referendum?
We have 26,000 students. There was 5,000 students took part.
1 in 5. Okay. And then in relation to the £600,000 projected cost, is that fall to the university?
Yes. We've written to the Minister to ask if there's an opportunity for support, and we've written to the Department to ask if there's an opportunity for support, and we're engaging with them at the moment.
That would obviously require capital funding.
It would.
And according to your evidence, the very same Minister is cutting your capital funding by 13.5 million. Okay. Kate.
Thank you, Chair. Nice to see you all. Should have declared an interest. I'm a former Queen's staff member, and I'm well briefed by James and Matthew on a weekly basis of all the good work that's happening in South Belfast, so I'm aware of the work that Queen's is doing. Also, we're in last week, and the questions I put to them were around the HE funding review, and I'd like to ask my questions in a similar vein. So we found out that there are only 2 departmental staff working on this. We know that there's a lack of buy-in from stakeholders. There's been a slower pace of movement. The announcements have been haphazard. And from my part, there seems to be an absence of a vision for HE in general. And can I just get your views? Also said they don't have confidence in how the HE funding review is being done at the moment. Would you be in the same position?
In short, yes, we would. We think we need a more holistic, a more inclusive approach to the whole HE, or the future of HE in Northern Ireland, not just funding. Funding is a key part of it, but we have to look at it holistically. The geographical spread, the level of provision, how we provide, how we fund it. And we don't think the current proposed review really does tick all those boxes. So that's why I think I mentioned in my opening remarks that we wanted an independent review to come in and have a look at Northern Ireland with people who really could give us a totally independent, objective view of what the situation is, what the pros and cons are, so we can make informed decisions, because we know the executive can't do everything, and we have to prioritise things appropriately. But we think a piecemeal approach, looking at, say, a McGee expansion independently of the whole provision, won't work. Yes, we want expansion, as I've said, but not displacement. We want to see the whole sector grow to the benefit of NI and ensure that we have equality of opportunity for our young people.
Thank you. And I noted your point about the review, and would that would restore confidence at this stage if the Minister announced that she would carry out that?
Well, rather than a piecemeal approach, if we had a more holistic, integrated approach with people who are truly independent, giving us a fair, objective view, we would be entirely supportive.
Okay, that's really useful. Thank you. The second thing I wanted to touch on was you made the point about the recent disorder, and I know internationalisation is a big part of what you do within the university. How are your staff and students at the moment following the disorder, and what support are they getting from the university?
Margaret, do you want to pick that up?
Yes, so our immediate concern has obviously been for the staff and students there, and communication has gone out to all schools and to all staff. Any students who felt as if they were in any way unsafe were given opportunities to move accommodation, for example, because we did have some of the unfortunate situation of names of students in HMOs being shared. So the immediate concern was for the staff and students, ensuring that welfare was our first priority there. We did though see that this was being played out across the world as well, at a time when we are seeking to attract the best of talent from across the world to Queen's. So we've had to do quite a lot of work internationally to reassure people that this is not what Northern Ireland is about. But we are seeing a detrimental impact in terms of the conversion of international students coming this year, because they do have a concern about what they have seen.
Okay. And that's the third year in a row. What support do you get from the kind of wider executive when these instances happen? Do you have connections within TE or within the PSNI with who you can go to, or would you like to see a more coordinated plan?
Do you want me to pick that one up? So I do the sort of incident coordination piece in the university, and following our recent disturbances, the Vice-Chancellor has written to Jane Brady highlighting the lack of coordination, because really the university was driven by events that such as schools deciding to close unilaterally and sending out text messages to parents to come and collect their children in fairly short order, and then by the events of TransLink deciding to close down public, and they had lots of good reasons in the background for doing this. But unlike maybe how it could be done or maybe would be done in previous years, there was no central coordination. There was no advance notice that we're heading into that area, so that we were playing catch up all the time. And then we had all the social media disinformation, and there was a lack of any governmental or even I think the police were struggling to catch up with being able to say this is rubbish. You know, what we saw was a range of things where you looked at the spelling and you looked at how it was presented and you could probably discredit it, but without any other information, people had to react to it, and that led to some events we saw, not just at Queen's but across the city, and events some bad actors got some of the consequences they were looking for by doing that. And then we had a lot of work to do when the Belfast City Council register of houses of multiple occupation was effectively scraped and then broadcast, suggesting it was those housed migrants who were being targeted dreadfully. And this, but in actual fact, a lot of those houses of multiple occupation would be addresses that students have. So we very quickly did a piece of work to match that to the registered addresses that we have for students. We identified somewhere in the region of 200 students at those addresses, and then coordinated across a team accommodation team. We contacted everybody to say, are you there? Do you need anything? Now, the vast majority by this time had left, and I think we were in a very fortunate position that the timing of this, if it had been a few weeks earlier, we would have had a lot more students on campus. We would be dealing with a much bigger incident round about this, but we did contact them, and we did get positive feedback that they felt assured that we had contacted them. But as Margaret said, we did have to temporarily rehouse people who were in private rented accommodation, felt unsafe. They themselves weren't being targeted, but the premises below their accommodation in the top of Sandy Row were being targeted. They were unsafe, and we were able, between all the resources of the university, to move them out, to give them accommodation and to get them back. And now we're working through some student hardship consequences for some degrees of losses that the students have had. So we're doing a full wraparound piece. There was a lot of welfare provision made available as well. But I think as I said, we're really fortunate that such a dreadful event happened at the time when we had probably fewer students than we would have. A lot of the students we have around would be nursing and midwifery students, because they continue. on placement and doing such like. So we had to work with them, work with the health service in terms of whether they could take up the placement, which for one day they didn't, in order to secure their safety.
Thank you, and really positive to hear all that work done. The final point, because I know lots of people want to come in, we already know that you're being impacted by the contingency budget and 15 years of underinvestment. There's been recent announcement of further cuts to wider skills programs, and I'm just interested as a key contributor to economic growth in Northern Ireland, what your views are on that and the wider skills piece, what more we as an economy committee need to be doing around this.
Well, skills need to be addressed at all levels, not just in third level education. And in the third level, I would say that we need a more systematic approach across tertiary education. That's higher and further education working together. We've got a fantastic FE sector here in Northern Ireland that we should be very proud of. I don't think we use it optimally. So we've got 2 universities plus a range of FE colleges, which collectively, especially when coupled with the innovation centres, gives us a fantastic platform for skills development. And again, we need that more integrated approach of how we develop skills right across the board to get the right people in the right place to support our growing economy. If we don't do that, the economy is going to stall through the lack of adequately skilled people. It doesn't matter whether you're a graduate or an apprentice, we need those skills. So I think it's going to be done holistically. And that's why I've long advocated for having a system that brought FE and HE closer together and indeed would allow movement between them. We get students who start off in FE and then come into HE and do very well. We get some students in HE where it's just not for them and they would be better moving into FE and having a successful career in Northern Ireland. So we've got great resources. I don't believe that we use optimally, but we could if we created a tertiary education system rather than simply having an HE and an FE split.
Thank you. Very useful. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much. Sinead?
Thank you, everyone, for your evidence so far, and thank you for the work and the contribution that you make to the economy in Northern Ireland. And we do recognise the seriousness of higher education cuts and the impact that it will have, and the widespread impact it will have, and kind of the deep shadow it will have in our economy going forward as well. So we're taking this all very, very seriously. However, I have to talk about the expansion of Magee, and I am very concerned about the letter that you wrote to the Minister on the 26th of May, in which you said that the expansion of the sector does not, you were talking about Magee, about the expansion of Magee not resulting in displacement of funding from Magee, and any approach within the current constrained funding framework cannot come at the expense of materially undermining Magee's University Belfast or destabilising the wider higher education sector any further. I mean, that's very strong language. Do you honestly believe that the expansion of Magee is destabilising higher education sector?
Not if it's a true expansion, absolutely not, which is why we've always supported it. What we're concerned about is that we're trying to do more within the same budget, and that must mean displacement. So we want to see an expansion and we won't deviate from that position, but we have to argue against displacement because that would damage our university, and it would be irresponsible of me to take a decision that would damage Queen's. So we want to and will continue to support for an expansion at Magee, but the key word is expansion. The second point I would make in relation to that is going back to the PFG statement that I read out earlier on, where this should be set in the overall holistic and integrated view of what we do for tertiary education in NI. We want to see a review of the whole system. We don't want to stop it an expansion at Magee. We actually want to support it, but the key word is expansion in the context of what we do for the whole sector.
And there was never any intention that the expansion of Magee would be at the cost of other universities or other campuses. However, the Magee expansion is widely recognised as being a social economic development programme, and it's about skills and regional balance. It's about recognising those, regional economic imbalance, retaining young people in the Northwest, attracting inward investment raising the minimum wage and raising actual wage and significantly increasing the skills provision in the area. So it is a regeneration project, and it should be supported by all of the higher education institutions in Northern Ireland, and there shouldn't be buts. And this letter that you wrote to the Minister on the 26th of May had a lot of buts. There was about 4 paragraphs about the expansion of McGee on the last page. And I honestly think that that is not constructive. We do not want a situation where one institution is being competitive over another institution. And there were other areas that I'm concerned about, because I do think it'll have an impact on McGee as well. Because on the first page you say you want to you may be forced to significantly increase numbers by recruiting beyond the MASN allocations, and prior to that you talked about the 700 places reduction. What is your thought process about recruiting beyond MASN? What numbers are you talking about? Because that will have an impact on McGee as it currently stands if you do so in a way that is, I suppose, unregulated, because that's what you're suggesting. And where are you going with that? I just want to know so that we can speak to the Minister around that.
Let me start with a few of these points in turn. First of all, we absolutely recognise that this is about regeneration in the Northwest. That's why we've supported this, and I was one of the very first people who came out to support the expansion of McGee. What we can't support is something that will damage Queen's University at the expense of McGee, because that's effectively what you're asking us to do. If we're operating with a finite budget that can't shift, the only way to do this, the only way we can see to do this is to move resource. And if we move resource, we're trying to spread the jam too thin, and we believe we'll have a problem. So we want to support the expansion of McGee, but it should be adequately funded. Secondly, what I would say that we know for sure is that we've got around 25,000 applications, around a fifth of these from ROI and around 20,000 from Northern Ireland. We've got a financial year starting on the 1st of August and a proposed budget cut of a substantial tranche of that funding, which, as I've said, would equate to around 2,100 places, us having to deliver them for nothing, if you will. So there's only 2 choices really open to us. One is we don't fill with NI students, but we try and find students from GB or international, but we don't know if that's possible until August, when we see who's actually going to come to Northern Ireland. Or perhaps we try and over-recruit to make up the shortfall in funding. That would be detrimental, we believe, for the sector, which is why we flagged it up to the Minister. Until we see what happens in August with applications, we can't make a decision. We would like to be in a position that would give us greater security and certainty. But with that budgetary reduction on the cards, we're struggling to see how we operate within a reasonable financial envelope. We've got a financial responsibility in Queen's to deliver a reasonable budget. We're currently in deficit. We're working to bring that deficit back to zero, which we will do over a few years. But we can't simply keep mopping up funding cuts. We've got to the stage where it's now really, really difficult for us to soak up any more.
And Serene, you said that any expansion should be adequately funded. So on that note, do you support the multi-campus funding model that Ulster University has been requesting from the department?
Well, I don't know the specifics I don't know the detail of the ask, but in principle, we don't have an issue with additional funds being made available for a multi-campus model. We recognise there are additional costs. But again, it shouldn't be from displacement, because the systems are already working under terrible financial constraints that have spread the jam way too thin. So while we support in principle or conceptually that multi-campus additional cost, we struggle to see where the money comes from.
And just back again, sorry, I want to go back again, because in England we have seen that the top class universities, the Russell universities, have now lowered their grades to intake students because of all the financial constraints that they too are under, and obviously losing international students. And that has had a real impact on those other universities because they are recruiting as maybe where there was 3 A's, it now they'll take 2 A's and a B or 2 B's and a C, and that has had a real impact in other in the other universities. If you over recruit and perhaps lower the grades in order to over recruit beyond your massing, do you think that that'll have an impact in Ulster University, their intake? And do you care? Or is it just about Queen's University Belfast?
Well, with regards to your last question, I think throughout my time here in Northern Ireland I've advocated for a collaborative partnership approach, and I've offered to work closely with whether it's the executive, the department or Ulster, because I think we've got to do the best for Northern Ireland. We should all be playing with our Northern Ireland jerseys on at this point. So we want to do the best for Northern Ireland. What you were proposing with regards to maximising the student intake, I think will inevitably have an impact on other parts of the sector, and I would include FE in that too, because I think you've got to look at FE and HE together, and if we were to over-recruit, I think that would cause stress elsewhere, which is why we flagged it to the Minister, because we have to highlight the various scenarios. We've got a likely budget cut and a very large number of applications, and we want to do the very best for Northern Ireland while maintaining solvency at Queen's.
And Sireen, I understand the crisis that we have in higher education and the failure of government to actually address it in the urgency that is required, and we don't see that this will be done within this mandate in the review, and the cuts are devastating. But we have another problem about Northern Ireland as well, is the regional imbalance and the skills imbalance and the impact it's having in the wider economy. So we have to kind of look at it as a collective, and Queen's to play their role as well in the regional development of all parts of Northern Ireland. So that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Sinead.
Can I just say that's what we want to do too? We want to play a role in that regional development. And I should say that we actually offered the McGee Task Force that we would participate, but I don't think we got a reply to that offer. But we did make the offer because we believe that we should be taking a holistic approach for the benefit of Northern Ireland as a whole.
Can you provide us a copy with that correspondence, Sireen?
I'm sure we can find it.
Thank you. Deputy Chair.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thank you all for being here. And I just want to say congratulations on the statistics that you outlined at the start. It's fantastic to be able to quote those sort of numbers on a world-class basis of the university. And to be honest, on reflection a little bit on this session, where we're looking at a world-class university, critical to our skills development and our local economy. And if you're facing a funding crisis and to be faced with questions around Irish language signs and prioritisation of a local university to someone else isn't necessarily where I thought the question was going to go. So I'm a wee bit disappointed by it, because again, I represent South Down, and regional balance isn't just about the Northwest. Queen's University did a lot of really good work linking in with the schools down in the rural community on my side of Northern Ireland as well. So I think that's really important. And again, the Chair talked about the widening participation scheme and the importance of that, and I really see the impact on that on like rural South Down, where I know myself, non-grammar school, rural, trying to get up to university, the aspiration path there in terms of Queen's was fantastic, and it stays very, very linked to our local schools. But in terms of the current situation and cuts, I just want to ask about those young people who are just at their A levels, just there now. Is my understanding correct that a lot of them who have received offers may not be able to have a place in the current funding situation? Will those that have offers, that have sat exams now, is there potential those places are going to be lost and their places won't be there if this isn't resolved?
In theory, yes, but in the short term, we believe that would be irresponsible. So we have to ensure that we have the places available. What I would say is that where the student meets the offer, we will obviously honour that and they'll be admitted to Queen's. But often when the results come through, we can lower the level at which we can accept people. There may be less flexibility going forward in that area. So students who get or exceed their offer should be fine. Those that are perhaps on the border, where in previous years we would have been able to accept them, this year we might not be able to accept them, either because of the number of students from the south or the need to fill these places with students from an international or a GB background who can bring a financial resource.
And I appreciate your commitment to that, because obviously there's, with all of this going on, and we're on this committee and also in the finance committee, we talk in the context of that. But when I'm out talking to young people, there's a lot of them very, very stressed about what this means for them right now for the exams that they've just sat. You had mentioned the Lucid Talk poll, and about how the most concerning thing was healthcare, and the places at Queen's were third. But I just want to talk about the link of those two, because actually if the biggest concern is healthcare, we have seen the lack of those coming through and qualifying, and a lot of professions being under pressure at the minute. Look to me, there was Daisy Hill Hospital recently in the headlines about the lack of doctors coming through, specifically in obstetrics and gynaecology related posts. Do you see the concerns over the healthcare, those coming through in healthcare graduate posts, as something that whenever you're linking across, would you have buy-in from the health minister in terms of that whenever you're looking at the future courses for the university? A lot of talk's always about skills and the economy, but there is that health piece. Do you have a strategic alignment there as to whenever you're looking at university places and what it means not just for the economy but also our healthcare system here in Northern Ireland?
Yeah, absolutely, and we do have a good dialogue with the Minister. The issue comes down to funding again. We actually have spare capacity in our medical school, so we could take substantially more students, but we don't have the resources in an eye to pay for them. So we actually have a contract with the South, and currently we educate a cohort from the Republic of Ireland come up to Queen's for their medical education because the South don't have the capacity. And we still have excess capacity, but we're not able to use that because the places aren't funded. And we think that's quite sad for the reasons that you've said. We've got a health system that's under pressure, that needs to transform, that needs to drive innovation through the system, that undoubtedly needs more doctors and other healthcare professionals. And we're in a situation where we've got higher education capacity to produce them, but no funding to make it happen.
What would be your suggestion on how to address that? Would that be funded through the university side or through the health side, or would it need to be a joint approach?
Well, I guess that's a question for the executive, but we think it's probably a joint approach.
I think it would be a really important one. Thank you very much for that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. David.
Thank you. Thank you guys for everything you do for the wider economy. So many companies we've been to that have been spin outs out of, or have had in here, have been spin outs out of Queen's, and the intellectual property is owned in Northern Ireland, and the jobs are created locally, which is fabulous. So it really commend you for that, as well as the work of the university. You perked my interest on what you were talking about, that sort of third level strategy or wider piece to amalgamate FE, or to bring together that FE and higher education together. You talk us through what that could look like.
So this is all about social mobility, if you like, and it shouldn't matter where you start in the system. You can go through to the top. You could start going to a regional college and end up doing a PhD in astrophysics at Queen's. Why should there be any barriers? So we could create a system where you could move between them. That would mean prior recognition of learning. So if you did something relevant in an FE college, we would acknowledge that in Queen's and perhaps allow you to short-circuit your course. Yeah. To give you an idea, in the computer science area, if you complete the course in Belfast Met, you move into the second year of our computer science course, so you save a year. And I think we need more movement like that, because sometimes young people end up in the wrong place simply because things didn't work out for them at their A-levels or their GCSEs or whatever, or they make the wrong choice. I don't think you should be stuck with that choice forever. So let's create movement across the system. No one's ever done this in the UK before. And we've got a great opportunity here in Northern Ireland to do that, where we've got flexibility and alignment between the HE and the FE organisations, so you can move between them in both directions. That way you maximise the opportunities for young people, and you don't put someone into a silo simply because of what happened when they were, say, 17 or 18. We allow that movement, and it's bi-directional. It optimally uses the resources, and it makes it very attractive to stay in Northern Ireland. We could be saying, stay in Northern Ireland because you can be anything you want. Well, I'd have to say you can't be a vet because we don't have a vet school. You can be anything you want apart from a vet because we got a system that allows you to move. Yeah. So you might start life wanting to do one thing and you end up doing something else, but you can move across the systems. That could be really attractive internationally. What a selling point that would be, to have that level of flexibility in a tertiary level education system to achieve your aspirations and your potential.
It's all about what's inspiring about what you're saying is all about the young people. It's all about creating opportunities and developing better, which then grows our economy. So if we were to, and that would also be more cost effectively on budgets. If you work like that, so you're not doubling up, you would allow movement, you would effectively save money on a department's budget. So is one of the, we all know the budgets aren't there, but is your concern is actually it's not the money isn't there, that's it, but there actually isn't political ambition to actually deliver a system that is better for people?
We'd like to see a system that's better for people. Yeah. That's why we'd like to work in partnership with the executive, with this committee, with the department, to make ideas like that happen. We know there are financial constraints, and probably to transform things we need some investment. And I could apply that to the health service too. The health service here is struggling. It badly needs innovation. Until you get through that innovation journey, you can't start to capitalise on the costs. And health's a great example, because a lot of the health budget is spent on the treatment of late stage conditions, when really we want to go into prediction and prevention, which is cheaper, but to make that transition it's actually quite expensive. But you've got to somehow find a way through that, and I think the same holds true for education. We want a more integrated approach. It might cost a little in the short term, but I believe the rewards socially and economically will be fantastic if we pull this off.
So have you had any discussions with the department around this? Has there been any movement there from the department?
I've certainly discussed this over the years on and off with the department, yes. And in fact, during COVID, we got a group together which includes a number of post-primary schools, all the FE colleges and all the universities, and we met on a regular basis online. And what we did at that time under Queen's auspices was we created a web resource that gave you all the opportunities in NI. So if you went into the web resource and said, I want a career in health, it would show you all the courses in FE and HE available to you and help orientate you through them. I think that died out when the department may have taken it on post-COVID, but we certainly need much more of that integrated thinking.
Maybe that's something we can pick up. That integrate absolutely something. I think we've got to make it easier for people and remove those barriers that, Joe, at whatever age you come through school, whatever, we keep putting barriers in young people's way, and we've got to take them away. So appreciate. Just one final thing for me, just is on that the mobility on the island. My daughter's in Trinity, just to declare so in the south, but it's frightening there, because we had the guys from the Republic Health, professors from the Republic here, and they were telling us how we thought without asking anybody here about why they didn't go to the south. But have you had any, and I commend your stuff in Dundalk actually as well, and that link up there and the work that's happening there. But so I absolutely want to see, and I agree with everything you said about that mobility, allow kids, they're able to go to Scotland, Wales, and England, wherever easily, but that north-south bit is a problem, or the north to the south is a problem. Have you had any discussions at a university level with other universities in the south to try and make it some sort of link up that can make it easier for kids to move?
To go from north to south? Yeah. Yes, we have actually. Through Universities Ireland that I used to chair, we developed a subgroup that looked at altering the admission standards in the south to accommodate students from the north. The way it had been set up was that you had to do 4 or 5 A-levels in order to get the grades that would get you into a southern university. And there was agreement, I can't remember if it was across all the universities in the south, but certainly a large number of them agreed to drop their grades to fit with Northern Ireland, so that if you did well with 3 A-levels, you could still access an education in the south.
And nothing's happened since, though? There's been no...
So I think the change has resulted, but I don't think there's been a movement to go with it, at least not yet. Now, part of that is probably driven by the cost of living issues, because studying and living in Dublin is very, very expensive. And we think that's one of the reasons we're so attractive to students from the south, is that we have a very good quality of life, reasonable cost of living, good university. Yeah. We also provide university accommodation, which is of a very high standard to students from the south. So we offer a very attractive package, and that's why we think we see many more coming north. Although I have to say, UU also sees a substantial number coming north. It's not simply Queen's. So I think the north is more attractive.
Yeah, I understand totally why you come north, and the fees are lower in the south as the other, so the accommodation's higher, and that, but your fees are the reverse and lower. But the difficulty we have here is you have 700 students, I think it was the number you said, this year coming out, is displacing our local students without the ability of those 700 displacing to be able to access the south. That's the issue that I have. So you're moving, you're actually, the south have got all of their universities plus access to ours, and we can't access, or our students can't access easily the south, and that's an issue that needs to be absolutely addressed at a political level.
Can I just say, to support the Vice Chancellor, Chair, if Dundalk works, and one of the many reasons that we're doing Dundalk is about social mobility, it will help with north-south flow. So the plan that we have with Dundalk is to see more young people moving from the north to the south, which will up that less than 1% number and create more student places within the confined cap that we have. These are the options that we're putting in place. But if Dundalk works, you'll have a social mobility solution, but you'll also have more young people moving north to south.
Thank you.
Anna.
Thank you, Professor Greer and panel, for being here this morning. It's been a really interesting conversation, and no one underestimates the value of having such a prestigious university in Northern Ireland, and for your research capabilities as well. It really is world class, and I commend you for that in really difficult times. And we accept we're facing a crisis of funding. I just wanted to ask you to widen out on the value of a graduate education to the Northern Ireland economy in terms of have you analysed the retention of graduates in the workplace in Northern Ireland? How many Northern Ireland graduates remain? How many from the Republic of Ireland who've got their education at Queen's remain and contribute to the Northern Ireland economy? And are we, in essence, educating students to leave? Are we facing a double brain drain with the lack of places for some students in Northern Ireland who have to go elsewhere, and also students who then graduate and take their employment and their skills elsewhere?
So I don't have hard figures to hand. I think a reasonable proportion of students who come from the south go back to the south. Most of the students in the north, from the north, stay in the north once they graduate. Part of that is because there is a very high demand for them in our current economy. As I told you, we've got very high employability rates for our students, top of the Russell Group. And part of that is because we've got such a big demand in our economy. That demand's changing, so we're seeing alterations over time with what the economy wants, which is why we have to work even more closely with business and industry to make sure that we're delivering the right products for them, if you like, graduates with the right skills. And increasingly we recognise that it's not just disciplinary skills, but they need to have soft skills, communication, AI and digital literacy, for example, have to be added in. So we want our students to be highly employable. But in short, we think a significant proportion of the southern students will go back south, but most of the NI students will stay here. But we need more.
So in essence, we're educating those students to take their skills elsewhere for the economy elsewhere. Yeah, that's. Thank you very much. That's what I was looking for. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And finally, Jonathan.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll be brief. Thank you very much, Sir Ian and team, for coming in today. Like other members have said, I really value the contribution that you've played to the Northern Ireland economy. I think that figure of £1 invested, 8 return stands and speaks for itself in terms of the contribution. David has touched on it, but many people across Queen's alumni, of which I'm one, as probably others are in this panel, we have watched how significant global alumni for Queen's have had tremendous impact on whether it's health and sciences, technology, and their respective fields. They really have become global world leaders. That's something we should all be very proud of. Indeed, we are. So thank you for that and the continued commitment to educational excellence. And I say that for all of the universities in Northern Ireland, but I hear the call. I hear the distress. We've heard that for some time. There's no clarity that can come around this table. There's different approaches. The alarm bells ringing about whether it's expansion within the current envelope, well then surely it's displacement rather than genuine expansion, and that's something that we're going to have to grapple with. But I want to ask you, and it's been touched on, about the students from the Republic of Ireland, and getting the Northern Ireland jersey is sense on in terms of, in a constrained financial situation, our first and primary duty is to those constituents in which vote for us and make up that of Northern Ireland. We received information which suggested that there is twice as many Republic of Ireland students studying in Northern Ireland as there is travelling to the Republic of Ireland to study. And apart from cost of living, what do you believe is the main driving factor for that?
Coming north, I think it's the quality of the education that they receive.
Okay. So that speaks to the success rate of our institutions. Now you've talked about particularly the Mazen cap, and you've made specific reference to if we were to take the Republic of Ireland students that are studying in Northern Ireland out of the Mazen cap, that would give you some financial headroom to ensure that there's no displacement of Northern Ireland students elsewhere, or they're cut out altogether of excellence within Northern Ireland. How do you see that suggestion playing out? How would that improve the current situation that you find yourself in if there's no other change?
If we took the ROI students out of the cap, then we'd have a modest increase in income from these students because they wouldn't be within the Mazen cap. But more importantly, we'd be meeting the demand in Northern Ireland from our own students, because those few hundred places would make a very big difference, and it would stop the displacement of these students to GB. When we displace these students to GB, I think we estimated that the cost to the NI economy was £12 million to support them going to universities in Liverpool or Newcastle or Dundee or wherever. So if we could retain some of them, I think we would win by financially by not having to offer that same level of support that then moves to another part of the UK.
Okay, and if the Republic of Ireland students, 750, I think you talk about in Queen's, is it? Yeah. If that was to be removed from the Mazen cap, and you've already suggested that you believe it's the educational excellence which drives students to Northern Ireland, do you believe that would have a significant impact on those choosing to study at Queen's or University of Ulster?
Sorry, I'm not following
Do you believe that if, for example, we were to remove the 750 students, for Queen's perspective, from the Mazen cap, which gives you more financial headroom, that would prove in some way a disincentive for Republic of Ireland students coming to Northern Ireland?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I can't believe why they would feel they'd have no cap, no restriction, and we're not suggesting any change to the fee that the ROI student pays.
Yeah, just through the chair, it's a very important point. We're not asking that the money be put on the student from the south of Ireland. We're asking for the Irish government to pay the shortfall of the money that we get from the Department for the Economy. So this is not about putting fees up for southern students. This is just making sure that the Irish government contributes, and there's already a precedent there in terms of some of the work that they do with us in medicine at the moment, that they pay the extra amount of money, the £4,500 or £5,000 the department gives us per student, that they actually pay for that and buy student places. So we want to make it very clear, we're not asking, Chair, for students from the south to be in any way put upon or to have their fees increased. We want to see the Irish government invest to allow us to take them out of the cap, which means more local students coming in.
I think that's an important point of clarity, because that's essentially what I've been suggesting. There's no disincentive in removing Republic of Ireland from the Mazen cap, which would then be a disincentive for them choosing to study in Northern Ireland.
And can I just say the Vice-Chancellor's met with the Taoiseach on this, and we've had several discussions with Minister Lawless and others, and there's a growing understanding of this issue. But in terms of some of the problems that we're trying to find solutions to today, if we had a situation where the Irish government were able to fund the amount of students moving north to south, it would help us with expansion in Magee. It would help us in terms of our own sustainability. So there is some solutions around that we think could be put in place, but I want to make it very clear, we are not asking for students from the south to pay more money. We don't want students put upon any more. We never asked, by the way, for an increase in fees. Last year we asked for an inflationary uplift in line with inflation, because we're very clear that we want to make sure that higher education is accessible. But if we were able to get an agreement with the Irish government on this, then it would solve a lot of the problems that we're looking at.
And in terms of the budgetary situation that you find yourself in, and you're asked to be finding cuts and contingencies, etc., and any responsible university has to deal with what they're presented with and ensure that they're viable going forward. In your view, what's the worst case example look like? So in terms of student places, in terms of staffing, it's important that we as a committee know exactly what we're dealing with.
In the short term, we will make this work because we've got a responsibility. In the longer term, we can't keep doing everything with less and less money. So we've soaked up a lot. Honestly, we will do what we can, but we've reached the limit, which is why I've been relatively blunt with you today.
Okay.
So we will no one be able to make the sort of investments that led to AMIC or iReach, these innovation centres already bringing in substantial inward investment in jobs. We simply wouldn't be able to continue with providing that infrastructure. We may be in a position where we're forced to look more at recruiting students who actually bring a financial resource with them, rather than a financial liability. And currently we subsidise the education of pretty much every student from Northern Ireland has a subsidy from the university. Now we can't run a business where we subsidise a lot of the courses. We've got to find a way through this. We have become more efficient and we will continue to become more efficient, but we don't think we can get to the level where we can cope with these cuts.
Right, and finally from me, because I know we're tight for time.
Surely start with building relationships.
Listen back to yourself.
That's for TikTok. Anyway,
that's for you.
Sorry, just distracted there, Syrian. But in relation to, we would quite often hear, both anecdotally and indeed from some businesses, that quite often it's a degree for a degree's sake for a lot of students moving out of A-level education and into university. And we know the workplace is changing. It's faster paced change now than I've seen in my lifetime. We've talked extensively, this committee, about AI and the potential to revolutionise the workplace. How are universities keeping pace with that real world change? How are you ensuring that your courses are ensuring that they're job specific for the future, they're future proofing jobs? Because I think the conversation has to be had as well that universities are self-reflecting on their course allocation to ensure that we don't lead young people down the path of higher education where it's not suitable for them, number one, and number two, there's no job at the end of it, but debt. Have you any comments in relation to that?
Yes, I think we have to go beyond the disciplinary content of a course. And employers want people who are flexible, adaptable, who can communicate well, who can problem solve, who understand AI, who are digitally literate. And that's why we're adding a lot of these things into our courses. Now, you can't mandate it in many courses because there are quality assurance issues of professional bodies that control them. So we want to make sure that every single student in Queen's has access to taking these courses at the same time. Margaret, do you want to pick that up?
Yes, I think so. I mean, as you say, universities are having to reflect as well. This is a very difficult environment to attract students internationally as well as locally, and so we do have to have a distinctive proposition. So what we are looking to do is to ensure that every student has access to those additional skills: soft skills, communication skills, AI, data skills, intercultural communication, leadership, project management, and so on. And alongside that is ensuring that students have access to study their degrees in different ways. So there's increased flexibility so students can be helping to build their own degree. Moving away from those narrow disciplinary focus, as the Vice-Chancellor said, to something which is much more about flexibility, what industry needs, and being able to study how and when they wish to. And I think this is where the dialogue with industry is absolutely critical, and it's something that we do obviously locally but also nationally and internationally, so that we are not saying this is what we think you need, we're asking industry what do you need.
Thank you. Okay, colleagues, our time for this session has now expired. I know a couple of others want back briefly, but unfortunately our guests are waiting, so I'm just going to have to close this session. Can I, on behalf of the committee, thank all of you for coming along today. The committee will be following this issue very closely, and we also plan to do some further work around this when we return after recess, so we will no doubt be in touch. Thank you very much indeed, colleagues.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Peter.
So actions, Chairperson, just to write to the University, thanking them for appearing obviously, and also seeking a copy of the correspondence of the McGee Task Force, and also perhaps asking them to set out their engagement, previous and planned, in respect of Cumann and Gaelic.
Okay. Previous and planned, and then what other movements have happened in the space of the Irish language. And Chair, it wasn't an additional question, it was more just a point of clarity on that. So Cumann Gaelic have been in touch with me, are watching this session, and actually there has been no meeting since the referendum, as I had suggested. My worry with this is my mother studied Irish in Queen's 40 years ago, did her masters in Queen's 30 years ago. Irish language was a second class language then. I'm worried that that is going to happen now with Irish at Queen's as well. We as a committee can't allow that, and I want to get clarity from Queen's on what they're doing to change that.
Okay. I have one point just to add to the record. Could we maybe ask the Minister what engagement she's had on that Mazin piece, particularly in the Republic of Ireland? Queen's have been very clear about how they feel it would work. They've also engaged with the Taoiseach as well, so perhaps it would be interesting just to hear what engagement the Minister's had on that particular point.
Members can tell. Kate.
Thank you. The Is there a way we could get an update on the risks to the city growth deals? I actually didn't ask any questions about that, but that is worrying with the budget impact, the wider city growth deals. And then also the point that and I don't know if this is what you were going to say about the link between FE and HE, but what the department has been doing since that web page sounds like a really useful resource, especially if we're not going to have a careers portal that would have fed into it. So just what the department has done or is doing with that.
Chair, can I?
Sorry, Sinead, David.
Yeah, sorry, can I just come in there against just maybe write again and get it on paper what the intention is regarding over recruiting above the MASM, and get write to the minister to see what action she can take, because it will have a roll-on impact to other higher education institutions. And I think that if we get down to that, because of a lack of policy within the government department, that we get down to cowboys and Indians in terms of recruiting students, it is really dangerous to all of our institutions, and it is not in anyone's interest for that to happen.
David.
Yeah, I was the point Kate was making was what, and then Johnny's, but it's that piece of work around what the minister's done and the department are looking at of streamlining or bringing the two sectors into one to have a strategy that would allow flexibility within things. And then on Johnny's point, I think there's two issues within the southern students coming north. Or our ability to go south is actually probably the one. One is the grades and stuff, and address that. And that's not the minister. We've heard that before. That's not the bit that needs clarity. It's the bit of have they discussed with the Irish government about exactly what Ryan was on that funding piece, on that gap funding between. So the student from the south coming north isn't paying more than the fees that goes on their feet, but it's that gap that is coming off the massing cap. Is there have they specifically been a negotiation around that with the Irish government and where that is, because that's the key, that's the critical part.
Okay, members content with all that?
Chair, could I also ask just for if the university could supply the figures on retention of graduates, postgraduate into the economy?
Yep.
Yeah.
And
both domiciled and ROI. Thank you.
And
yeah, I just want to say, this afternoon in Finance Committee, we actually have the City and Growth Deals team in from DOF, so I'll maybe sort of pick up some of those questions there. I think it's a good point.
Thank you so much. Members content? Okay, if we then just take a short pause until 11:45 and we'll reopen a public session. Members content?
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, members.
Committee Room 30. Sound. 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 Committee Room 30. Sound.
Okay, colleagues, we're now moving to item 15, which is oral evidence and written briefing from Invest Northern Ireland. We're delighted to be joined by Kieran Donoghue, Chief Executive of Invest Northern Ireland, and Anne Beggs, Chief Commercial Officer at Invest, and Mark Lee, who is the Acting Deputy Secretary for Economic Policy at the Department. Diana.
Chair, could I make a declaration of interest that I'm in legal correspondence with one of the names mentioned this morning? Yep. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Chair. I should as well. Actually, my husband his company has had support from Invest before.
Sure. Okay, perfect. Anyone else? No. Okay. Well, on behalf of the committee, can I warmly welcome Kieran and Mark. I just said to them outside that they stand between us and the committee's summer recess, but we don't hold that against them in any way. But we're delighted to have you here today, and I thank each and every one of you for your continued dedication and work for the Northern Ireland economy, and I'm very happy to hand over to you at this stage.
So thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. Always a pleasure to be here. If I may, a very brief opening statement from our side. So thank you, Chair, and good morning, members of the committee. We are here today to discuss two substantive issues which the committee has previously raised and to which we have provided written testimony. These issues concern, firstly, the Minister's attendance at the Golden Bridges event in Boston in November 2025, for which we provided evidence in our correspondence dated May 6, 2026, and secondly, US Financial Services Group Cantor Fitzgerald's decision not to proceed with a planned investment, which we have previously discussed with the committee and provided further information in our correspondence dated 13th of May. I'm joined today by, on my right, Anne Beggs, our Chief Commercial Officer, and our colleague Mark Lee from the Department for the Economy. We always welcome the opportunity to engage with the committee, and I believe we have submitted all of the information that we are able to provide on these two matters through correspondence with the committee, as well as through our responses to various freedom of information requests, assembly questions and media inquiries. However, if I may, I'd like to make a brief comment on each of the issues in turn. Firstly, in relation to the Minister's attendance at the Golden Bridges event, our correspondence of May 6 clearly set out Invest NI's involvement in the advice provided by the organisation. It clarified that our standard approach, where ministers are invited to attend single standalone events overseas, is to recommend that they decline the invitation unless it can be incorporated into a more comprehensive programme that will deliver more efficient and effective use of the Minister's time and value for public funds. This is the advice that we provided in respect of Golden Bridges and which was accepted by the Minister regarding this specific event. We subsequently incorporated the Golden Bridges event into a much wider programme,
including an investor briefing attended by more than 100 guests, as well as bilateral meetings with other prospective investors. This maximised productive use of the Minister's time and amplified Invest NI's value proposition to investors in the United States. As a result, the Minister's participation at Golden Bridges was just one element of a wider programme of international engagement. With respect to the second matter, Cantor Fitzgerald's decision not to proceed with an investment in Northern Ireland, our letter of May 13 to the committee contained correspondence from Cantor Fitzgerald that indicated that several records related to freedom of information requests on the subject should be exempted from public disclosure. Cantor's view, which I share, is that disclosure would be detrimental to their commercial interests because it would reveal confidential details concerning the finances and ownership structure of a privately held company, the scope and financial underpinnings of its planned investments, and crucially, its internal strategic decision-making processes, information that competitors could exploit to gain an unfair commercial advantage that could potentially undermine Cantor's negotiating position in future transactions and that could discourage potential partners or investors from engaging with Cantor due to concerns about the confidentiality of their dealings. As an investment promotion agency, it is vital that we respect our clients' and potential investors' requirements for confidentiality, thereby protecting their trust and faith in Invest NI and Northern Ireland's attractiveness for future investment. The committee has also asked if Cantor's decision has damaged or discouraged other potential investors, and Northern Ireland's international reputation as a location of choice for mobile investment. My view is that Cantor's decision has not damaged our reputation or attractiveness for investment. International investors, in my experience, are pragmatic, and they recognise the numerous reasons why investments might not proceed at any point in time. In this context, respecting the company's commercial decision and request for confidentiality is critical to maintain investor confidence in Invest Northern Ireland as a trustworthy partner. Finally, as members may have seen, yesterday we released our 2025-26 performance results, in which we won 20 new first-time foreign direct investments and over 150 reinvestments from existing foreign-owned businesses based in Northern Ireland. Our current pipeline is strong and includes some really significant and innovative projects. These are part of a very strong set of results for the year 25-26, in which we won 2,221 investments across our portfolio, and these investments are valued at £750 million of total investment in the Northern Ireland economy. That's the largest value for investments secured in the last 10 years. Collectively, these investments will create over 4,300 jobs, a 45% uplift on last year, and 85% of these jobs will pay salaries in excess of the Northern Ireland private sector median. Our overall results are a testament to the resilience and ambition of businesses right across Northern Ireland and the skills of their employees, and this is especially so given the challenging local and global environments in which they operate. And of course, the results are also a tribute to the expertise and hard work and dedication of my colleagues at Invest NI. I would like to end by thanking this committee for your support of our work in 25-26, and also record my thanks to the Minister, colleagues in the Department for the Economy, our partners, stakeholders, and crucially, our client companies who invested with us last year. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
And thank you very much, as always. Mark, if I could just start with you, sir. In relation to the public process that was undertaken by the Department and the Minister in relation to appointments to the Board of Investment in Ireland, when did the public competition for that launch?
I don't have the date in front of me. It was before I came into post, but I'd need to go and check the exact date, I'm afraid.
It was last year.
Yeah, it must be over a year ago, yeah.
Yeah. So was the Minister aware when she accepted the invitation from Marcin O'Muller to the Golden Bridges event that he was a candidate to be appointed by her to the Board of Invest Northern Ireland?
No.
He will.
Yeah, I mean, I need to double check the timings, but I don't know what she might have found out in her sort of personal capacity. But in terms of the process that we would have followed, the Minister wouldn't have had a role in either that very initial stage where there were 200 and something applications, or in deciding who was called to interview. The kind of names were only exposed to her in terms of that final list of 19 who were appointable. So I think that list of 19 went to her after she'd done the Golden Bridges conference, if I'm remembering the timeframes correctly.
The public appointment process had begun by November 2025.
Yes.
Mr. O'Miller would have had to have submitted an application to be considered by the department for appointment before November 2025.
Yes.
And the Minister then accepted an invitation including a role of Invest Northern Ireland, not correct, Kieran, at that event, all at the same time whilst he was applying to be appointed to the very board of the organisation that was going to fund some of his commercial enterprise.
I'm not aware, Chair, of the linkage between the two or the timing.
I think, Mark, it might have been helpful if you knew that we were going to discuss the attendance at this event and also appointments to the board of Invest Northern Ireland, that they might have been available to the committee to look at, or that you would have those details.
Details in terms of the timings of how the two compare? Yeah. Okay. Look, I mean, we can certainly go away and get those. I knew Golden Bridges was going to be a focus, but I haven't got I don't think I've got the detailed timings of the board appointments process that was run separately.
How many people then, Mark, who currently serve on the board of Invest Northern Ireland have a criminal record? I'm not aware of anyone else who has a criminal record there, but again, I would need to go and check on that. It's not something we would have recorded or that I'd seen. So the department at no stage ask candidates who are sought to be appointed or appointed to the board of Invest Northern Ireland if they have serious criminal convictions?
We follow the Sabani process for public appointments, and there are various checks done to ensure people aren't disqualified as a director, and there's no negative feedback from previous public sector roles that they've held. So relevant due diligence is done.
So is the question asked or recorded in terms of people who hold serious criminal convictions?
I think there's a question that asks about criminal convictions on the application form.
And was that completed for all candidates who've been appointed?
Again, I would need to go back and check over each individual application. But I've not been told that there were any information that wasn't completed by candidates.
Is that information brought to the attention of the Minister in advance of her decision-making process?
Only if there was something that was relevant to their ability to effectively fulfil the role.
Kieran, the Irish News, timely or untimely, carried a story in relation to you today and said Invest Northern Ireland had no direct involvement in board appointments. You go on to say that John Healy represented Invest Northern Ireland on the appointment panel, is that correct?
That's correct.
And did he, of the 19 names that were given to the Minister, did John agree that all those 19, in his professional view, were appointable?
It might be better if I take that, just because I know Kieran wasn't involved in the process. So yes, he would have agreed that they were all appointable. Yeah, a panel of 3 people who would have agreed jointly the scores on the candidates and who was appointable and who wasn't.
So is your official evidence to this committee, Mark, that it was a unanimous decision that all 19 members who went forward to the Minister for appointment was a unanimous decision by the 3 panel members?
There might be some differences in scoring between the 3 panel members, but obviously they then discuss any differences in scoring and come to a settled view on who's appointable.
And you have no concerns that John Healy had a particular view that some candidates weren't appointable and that his view wasn't taken into account when those recommendations were made to the Minister?
No issues have been raised to me, or I'm not aware of any issues like that, no.
And if I may, Chair, to clarify one aspect of the Irish News report this morning, I wasn't asked for my views on the appointment of Mr. O'Miller or Mr. Lynch. I was asked whether I, as CEO, had been involved in the process
But you hadn't at all.
of appointing the new members to the board. And so when I answered that question, I was thinking about appointments to the board in the round. As you know, 5 people have been appointed to the board, not just 2.
Yeah, and obviously you would have no role in the appointment of board members, given that ultimately you're accountable to them.
Exactly.
So you would have no role in the appointments. Okay, no, thank you for that. But if you could come back with that information, Mark, in relation to timelines, because I do think it's important that Invest Northern Ireland resources may have been used to support a private enterprise of an individual who at the same time is applying to be a member of the board. If I could just move quickly then to the Cantor Fitzgerald issue, and I understand, Kieran, what you have set out in relation to commercial sensitivities, but I'm just trying to ascertain, do you believe that we as a committee, or the people of Northern Ireland more broadly, have a right to know why that investment did not take place and ultimately Cantor Fitzgerald walked away?
Absolutely, I believe the committee is well within its rights in probing the decision about why Cantor Fitzgerald didn't decide to proceed with the investment. But I need to balance that against my duty of care to the investor, to the client, and the trust-based nature of the relationship that we have to create with potential investors. So Cantor, their litigation team, their senior management, who I have had a relationship with for more than 10 years, I've known them before I was appointed to the role of Chief Executive of Invest NI. They've made it very clear and in the strongest terms, you're not to disclose the basis for our decision making. We view our dealings with you as commercially sensitive and confidential, and to disclose that would sunder our relationship with you and would be potentially damaging to Invest in terms of your dealing with other international investors in the future. So with regret, Chair, I can't go into the details for Cantor's decision.
Is it a fair assertion, though, Kieran, that deals of this magnitude and at this advanced stage normally don't unravel without cause?
In my experience, they can unravel at any stage in the process.
For a reason, or just
for a reason? So I have lost investments in the past at a very late stage. A company may change its strategy. A sponsor of the project within the company may leave the company or be promoted into a different role. A new member of the team may assess the economics of the investment. Often through the process, particularly when you're dealing with large, sophisticated companies, there's usually a group championing a particular location and another group championing an alternative location, and those dynamics can manifest themselves and result in an investment not proceeding very late in the day.
Picking up on the language you used there, so the word you used, Kieran, is you have lost investment.
Well, I take personal responsibility for investments that we, as CEO, that we win or which don't proceed, and there's a variety of reasons to it. I'm not personally the person responsible for Cantor's decision, but as the CEO of Invest NI, I was in charge when Cantor decided not to proceed with the investment.
So who is, in your view, personally responsible?
Sorry?
Who, in your view, is personally responsible then for this one?
The company took a commercial decision. So a senior executives, who, as I said, I've had a relationship with many years, decided not to proceed. So it's Cantor's decision not to proceed. And they were highly complimentary of their engagements with Invest Northern Ireland throughout the process, but made it clear to us on this occasion they were deciding not to proceed.
And were they marked as complimentary about the interactions with the department?
I've not had direct engagement with Cantor Fitzgerald, so I've not had any negative feedback from them or any suggestion of any problems or issues.
Through the Chair, I've seen instances where companies decide not to proceed at a certain point in time, and then a year, 18 months, 2 years down the road, you re-engage with the company, and another investment could materialise and you re-engage with the company.
Yes.
So my principal concern is to preserve the long-term relationship with as influential a company as Cantor Fitzgerald, so we can re-engage with them in the future and represent Northern Ireland's proposition for investment.
What post-mortem work then was done by Invest and then marked by the department? Because I think it's fair to say, Kieran, that this was at a very, very advanced stage. This wasn't tentative discussions. Cantor Fitzgerald officials had been here in Northern Ireland. The Minister flew out to New York to meet with them, and work had ongoing in relation to press teams announcing this investment. So this was at a very, very advanced stage. So what postmortems have been carried out by Invest, and then we'll come to you, Mark, in relation to the department, to ensure that similar issues like this don't arise in the future?
So I would have sat down with Anne as Chief Commercial Officer, and we would have reviewed the sequence of events and confirmed that each other's understanding of why the investment hadn't decided to proceed at the late stage. That would have been the extent of the internal post-mortem.
And do you think there's anything that Invest Northern Ireland could have done differently that resulted in this decision?
No. Cantor are very tough negotiators. As you can see from the information we've provided to the committee, they visited Northern Ireland 4 times.
Yeah.
The negotiations around a grant package were protracted. They are a Wall Street firm, and nothing could have been done. We presented the strongest package possible.
Mark, I know that you're only new into this position, but is there any post-mortem being done by the department?
We generally rely on Invest as the key point of contact there. So, and again, I'm absolutely sure Kieran or Anne would let us know if there's anything the department could have done differently in terms of its engagement, but I don't think there are any specific lessons for us to take away at this point.
And then finally, just for me, Kieran, you'll have known that we have the 4-paragraph note that was taken by the department in relation to the meeting at Cantor in New York on the 11th of March. Does Invest Northern Ireland hold any of internal records of that meeting?
I don't believe we do.
No, we would have relied on the Minister's team to take notes.
Do you have an assessment of the quality of the note that was taken?
In what respect?
That this was a very high-profile, serious meeting that included the Chief Executive of Invest Northern Ireland, you as Chief Commercial Officer, the Minister, her Special Advisor, and we managed to get a grand total of 4 bullet points and 71 words.
I think it summarises the key elements of the discussion.
So your assessment is that this is a good note?
Well, it's a summary of the key elements of the discussion.
Good, bad?
My assessment?
Yeah.
I think it's accurate in terms of the key elements of the discussion.
Would that be the quality of a note that you would normally take at a meeting?
I think probably standards differ between. I don't know what the standard is.
No, I'm asking you. Was this the quality of a note that you would normally take?
I probably would take. I am more probably verbose in terms of the notes I take. Actually.
We maybe suggest that Invest Northern Ireland, then, given that you have a higher standard, might consider taking notes at further meetings. I'm going to open up to colleagues then. Padraig.
Okay, so look, thanks very much for your presentation, and it's great to have you here today. I want to start on the Golden Bridges event. As a representative from the Northwest, and obviously with the Minister from the Northwest as well, I know how important this event is in terms of attracting investment and in terms of engaging with businesses. One of the key elements which I've always heard from businesses, and I want to get Invest's assessment in particular of this, has been that one of the key reasons why people invest here is because they have access to our ministers, is because they can engage with our ministers and they see that commitment from the minister directly and from the department as well as from Invest. Can you give any assessment? Obviously there's a variety of reasons why people invest, but can you give any clarity on what I suppose proportion or what impact of investments that has a key role in?
It's hard to be specific in terms of, a proportion of investments that we win every year that you could attribute to the presence of a minister at a particular event. But what we do know anecdotally from investors is that the presence of a minister, attracts them because it sends a signal about political commitment to Northern Ireland, political commitment to the efforts to win foreign direct investment. And in our experience, if a minister is present, attendance and the seniority of the executives who attend the event tends to be much higher. So subject to the minister's diary, if we can involve her in events, we always will for that reason.
Well, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the clarity that you've given on the fact that this was a programme of investment, a programme of opportunities, and indeed a programme which has resulted in that engagement with those businesses. That has been proven through the increases which you've noted at the start, and I thought your report was really useful coming forward in that. Largest investment in the last 10 years, 45% increase in the last year in terms of that. Can you talk us through those figures, and can you talk us through, I suppose, how events like this are so significant in terms of actually driving those numbers up?
So in 25-26, as I said, we have secured 2,200 investments. That's higher than what we secured last year, which was 2,062. We delivered 3,000 jobs last year and 4,300 this year. We've secured 155 reinvestments out of the installed base of multinational clients in Northern Ireland. So that's very encouraging, because that means the foreign-owned companies with a presence in Northern Ireland are reinvesting in their business. And that's a vote of confidence in Northern Ireland and the skills and performance of their local operations. We set a target to win 20 brand new foreign direct investments this year, and we came in on target. And the Minister would have been actively involved in meeting some of those clients at the stage where we were presenting and reinforcing Northern Ireland's proposition for investment, and her presence carried weight in the meetings. The seniority of the people that attended increased, and therefore there was a contribution and support from our work from the Minister responsible for the Department for the Economy. You want to talk about the other events?
Yeah, well, I suppose actually in the overall context of how we develop our FDI pipeline, lead generation is right at the top in terms of events like this, where we will sponsor and participate at events to generate leads. They develop into prospects. We get meetings. Ministers participate in those in market, but also here as well, and that includes First and Deputy First Minister as well as the Economy Minister, where that's appropriate, and that's how the funnel narrows down. And ultimately, not all, there's attrition the whole way down that funnel, but they do end up in the end of year results.
Thank you. And I mean, I think the figures speak for themselves. They speak to the relationship between Invest, the Department and the Minister, and I actually think they speak to the fact that this is working, that we're seeing growth, that we're seeing continued growth, and I look forward to seeing the figures for next year. So I want to commend both the team at Invest and in the department for their work on this. I think that diligence is shown very evidently in these figures, and I think as a committee we should certainly be welcoming that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Can I just check a couple of things? Sorry, I did mean to cover your report, and can I thank you for your work on that? And it's brilliant to see. Though I assume that a lot of the 20 new foreign direct investments haven't just come into the pipeline in the past since November 25 when this Golden Bridges event was.
No.
And a lot of these predate the current Minister's time in office.
Some of them may. I haven't checked that information, but companies can be in the pipeline for up to 2 years in our experience, or less than a year. It varies.
And then in terms of the 20 that have been secured, what's the location? Are most of those United States of America?
45% have come from the United States. 20% have come from Great Britain, 15% from the Republic of Ireland, 15% from Australia, and 5% from Canada.
So overwhelming majority obviously outside the European Union.
Yes.
And then finally, in terms of the sectors that they're involved in, I assume most of them are...
It's predominantly business, professional and financial services.
All of which sit outside the Northern Ireland Protocol and the Windsor Framework. Yes,
there isn't any manufacturing investments in that, but we're continuing, as you know, Chair, to target, and it's the case, to win those types of investments as well. And we have a number of manufacturing opportunities in our pipeline for 26-27.
I just think that the report, Kieran, should highlight the fact that these are focused on sectors in terms of the importance of professional services that sit outside the Northern Ireland Protocol and are a result of Northern Ireland's place within the internal market of the United Kingdom and the strong role that that has to play in that. Because some people will try to say that this is a result of Windsor Framework or Protocol, but obviously you've just made clear that these investments are from outside the European Union and outside of issues covered by the Northern Ireland Protocol. Sinead.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your evidence to date. Probably those that are coming in to invest here in Northern Ireland, maybe outside the European Union, but they're looking for a customer base potentially is inside the European Union. So we probably need an analysis of that as well. Okay, Kieran, so the figures are in. I'm afraid I haven't had a lot of time to actually dig down in the detail of them, and I'll come to them later on when I've had more time to look at them. But basically, there's significant jobs created in the Belfast metropolitan area. We're talking about 2,774 jobs in the Belfast metropolitan area. That represents 65% of all jobs created in Northern Ireland in that area, against 274 that were created in Derry and Strabane. Now, the figures, your results are actually a good improvement on last year. But out of those jobs that have been created overall, 740 of them are new inward investors. Can you tell me how many of them are outside of the Belfast metropolitan area?
Of the 20 brand new greenfield foreign direct investors, 3 are locating outside the Belfast metropolitan area, and 2 are going to run businesses that will offer employment opportunities on a cross Northern Ireland basis. So 15 of the 20 are in the BMA, 3 are outside, they're actually in Newry, and then 2 are across pan-Northern Ireland.
So basically working from home, they're not actually placed anywhere in particular?
The companies are
what I'm trying to say is, while there is an improvement, there hasn't really been an improvement for new investors coming in here outside of Belfast. In the papers and in the figures that I have here in front of me, it's not telling me any jobs created outside from new investors in particular. I'm trying to get a handle on them, Kieran. You know, figures are important, but that narrative is important too about regional balance. We can't say achieving 59% of regional balance if we're talking just about activity, and this is where my problem lies, because we have 65% of all new jobs created in the Belfast metropolitan area. The rest are spread out. 740 of the jobs are new inward investors, and we have a handful that are outside of the Belfast metropolitan area. So different numbers, different figures, better results, but the same outcome for those that are not. Just for
the avoidance of doubt, you're not talking now about the 20 new greenfield foreign direct investments. You're talking about the results more broadly, correct?
No, yeah, because I haven't been able to. These results have only come out yesterday. I'm trying to get into the grain of them at the moment. And I will come back to you and I'll speak to you on an individual basis, just where the investments are going.
You won't need to do that because we'll do it for you. So what we're doing is we're currently running a full analysis of all of the results and drilling down from regional operating level down to district council level. So we'll be happy to provide every member with this committee of the number of new investments and reinvestments in their district council areas, including job creation. So you'll have full visibility of what we have delivered to your constituencies. With respect to the 2,200 investments, 59% of those investments were supported and are located outside the Belfast metropolitan area. That's the same level as last year. So we did not hit the target that we set this year for investments outside the BMA, which was 62.5%. I would say for about 8 months of the year, we were tracking very close to that target, but then there was a flurry of business investment opportunities that came to us from the Belfast metropolitan area, which we were not going to turn away. We were going to support those businesses. So we undershot on the number of investments target, Sinead. But a point that you've made to me, rightly, on numerous occasions, it's not just the number of investments that matters, it's the value of those investments. We set a target.
So, can I? Sorry,
if I could just finish my point. We set a target last year to secure a minimum of 45% of the value of the investments outside the BMA, and we delivered 48%. So we exceeded on the value measure and we undershot on the volume or number of investments.
So can I ask you about those value of investments now? That's where I'm coming from. So the value of assistance offered for local was 52.89 million. External was 20.03 million. And for the total, so it was 72.92 million for the metropolitan area. Outside of Northern Ireland, I haven't got the figures totally here because they're saying not yet determined total. So I'm looking at what I can see in front of me, 1.40 million. So not determined local, not determined external, and not determined total. Can you give me just what you think that total is going to be outside of the metropolitan area? Because I can't see it in these figures.
I can
see the metropolitan area. I cannot see where the determination is. So it's very difficult to analyse it.
Are you asking specifically in relation to the Northwest, Belfast City, or the Belfast metropolitan area? What's the geographical unit?
Northern Ireland wide, not yet determined. You were saying not yet determined. So I need to feed that into where they are as well.
Well, to avoid confusion, the only number that I can give you right now, right, is that the total value of the investment that we secured last year, courtesy of the 2,200 investments, was £764 million. And of that, approximately £360 million is associated with the investments secured outside the BMA. And as I said, we will drill down into all of these numbers and we'll be happy to provide members with a profile of what we delivered in your respective regions and constituencies.
And when can you get it to us, Kieran? When can we have it?
You can have it within a matter of days.
Okay, yep. That's great. Thank you very much. That'd be very helpful.
Not a lot.
Thank you. David.
Okay, Kieran, just to pick up on the very first point that the Chair mentioned, does access to the EU and GB markets give InvestNI an advantage to market this place for investment around the world?
Yes, for the simple reason that all of our existing manufacturing clients that have access to the entire UK and EU market, courtesy of dual market access, they preserved that advantage and they're leveraging it. And clients have reported to us that the level of demand for their products at an EU-wide level is actually increasing and they're performing very well. The issue is in relation to new manufacturing clients that might establish in Northern Ireland. We have a number of them in our pipeline, where among numerous reasons for considering Northern Ireland, the ability as a manufacturer to service the full UK and EU market is one of their considerations. Not the only one, just one. They're in the pipeline. They have yet to take a firm investment decision.
When we look at land and that at the minute, there's a report today the Northern Ireland Chamber have with a few of the other business organisations around wastewater infrastructure.
Yes.
Is that a major risk? So the lack of ability to deal with the issue, basically, to you can't get is that a major risk to investment into the future?
Yes. So particularly when you're dealing with manufacturers, their manufacturing process tends to require water connections, water in, water out. And in certain instances, some of our clients, existing clients, that want to reinvest and expand their business have encountered challenges with getting a connection to the water grid or getting additional capacity. This is well known in public policy circles and at a political level in Northern Ireland. We have constructed a very, very positive and constructive relationship with Northern Ireland Water and with the CEO there, who I'm actually meeting next week, to identify locations in the network where there might be spare capacity or the ability of Northern Ireland Water to create more capacity or to provide a connection to their network would be easier for investors, and that's certainly helping us. But any amount of additional budget that can be given to Northern Ireland Water to expand the capacity of the water and wastewater network would be very much welcome by InvestNI, and not just in terms of the needs of our clients. Our clients also need people, and they need skills, and those people need houses. And that's also another constraint.
We just had Queen's in, and we were talking around that constraint of the skills. It's the people piece, and then the ability to put land. But your figures are it's really encouraging, really great to see. These $750 million investment in Northern Ireland, 4,300 jobs is really a testament to you. So really well done for Invest, and the work that we've seen. 46% uplift, as nobody can deny the work that and the change that has happened to Invest. So credit, absolutely credit where credit's due.
Thank you, David.
The difficulty I have from that is keeping that the standard as we go forward. that this becomes the norm rather than a one-off, and there's a barrier to that. It's outside of your control, but it's ultimately political decisions. Is around wastewater, it's around skills, it's around all of those. Are those the major concerns that this to continue these?
Yes. So every year I spend a lot of time travelling around Northern Ireland, meeting with our existing clients and overseas, talking to new investors. And I can assure this committee, the ambition, the potential and the resilience of businesses right across Northern Ireland is second to none. They want to reinvest in their business. But the carrying capacity of Northern Ireland in terms of infrastructure, the ability of the operating environment to facilitate and enable those investments is less than it needs to be relative to the ambition of the businesses. So we will get to a point where, despite our best efforts and the wishes of companies to reinvest, they will not be able to, just because the infrastructure capacity isn't there to facilitate the investment. And that's something we need collectively around this table to work together to avoid.
Is there work happening to do? Is there work happening that you're a part of to make sure? I just think it's the biggest barrier here. I think it's brilliant to see this new jobs and opportunities for people in Northern Ireland, but I'm worried in the future we're going to hit a brick wall where this isn't able to continue because of outside of the control of InvestNI.
So what we're doing, while reminding policymakers all the time of the importance of trying to find a way to provide more budget for investment in infrastructure, we live in the here and now. So we're sitting down with our colleagues in Northern Ireland Water and Northern Ireland Networks and our colleagues in the Department for the Economy, and we're trying to figure out workarounds so that we can continue to progress our business and secure as much investment as possible, notwithstanding those constraints. Hence, sitting down with Northern Ireland Networks, who, as you know, announced last year a major rebuild programme across the network, which we welcome, and it will be very, very important. That will provide additional grid connectivity, additional depth to the grid, and hopefully additional capacity. They've already pointed out to us where there's some surplus capacity in various points in the network, because it's not universal in terms of the grid constraints. There's some surplus capacity at various points in the grid. Similarly with Northern Ireland Water. And then we're trying to be creative in relation to the provision of our industrial land. So we're working closely with Mid-Ulster District Council around providing a strategic site at Desert Crete by using City and Growth Deal Monday and the Green Innovation Pillar of that initiative to bring 70 or 80 acres on stream over the next 2 to 3 years. So we're trying to deliver additional capacity ahead of demand. So when our pipeline's being converted, we will have Desert Crete and other sites available to accommodate those investors.
I get the frustration there, because we're talking about regional balance in one sense, but then we're having to actually put stuff around where wastewater is. You can't actually, this isn't based around where you've got a skilled workforce. Where it's not. It's basically you're firefighting, to keep investment coming in. One thing for me, just two other points. That kind of scaling of businesses. I read through some of your stuff about the businesses that are actually reinvesting, if you like, here. But the indigenous business, we've a massive 90-something% in that small business. Can you talk us through the work that's happening to allow them or support them to scale to the 20 job company becomes the 30, 40, 50 job company? What is the work to allow our indigenous businesses to actually grow as well, the other side of it?
So the way we do that is each of our locally owned companies has a dedicated client manager. Because of their size, the vast majority of them are managed closely in their local community through our regional office network. We have people in Northern Ireland that are very expert at helping companies to scale and have seen successful scaling stories and experiences which they share with these companies. And we have a number of programs tailored to help those companies to grow and scale, usually by exporting, by penetrating international markets. So that's something that's going on all of the time. We don't want our companies to remain small indefinitely. Some of them may, and that may be a decision of management. But for those that have the ambition to grow, we have the people and we have the programs and the understanding of how to scale those businesses, and many of them have and continue to. Do you want to add to that?
Yes, I think the role of the client executive really is key here. So they have that one-to-one relationship with the company. They go out, they sit down, they spend a lot of time face-to-face with the company, diagnosing maybe barriers to growth, but also opportunities for growth. And Kieran referenced the export work that we're doing as well. And I think, you know, it's probably buried within the results, but actually we hit our first time exporter target, and we within that the new to market, and so that speaks to kind of the quality of the work and the ambition of the business base that we're working with in terms of at least 350 companies going into new markets. I think it's across 29 different locations, and growing their business that way with the support of our teams here and overseas.
Can I just circle back briefly to your very important comment, David, about infrastructure constraints and how you'll see that manifest itself not only in potentially reduced levels of investment, but the nature of the investment. There's a reason why we will see more investments in services in Northern Ireland over the next number of years. Business, professional and financial services, because those types of projects are less utility intensive. They're less reliant on water, wastewater and power. So you'll see the character and the composition of the investment pipeline adapting to the reality of infrastructure constraints that would really impinge and limit the ability of manufacturers. And that's not something we want, because deep expertise and capability in Northern Ireland is actually in manufacturing, in designing and making physical product.
Here, finally for me, just the Cantor Fitzgerald stuff, I'm absolutely not interested in political spats. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in seeing investment, seeing opportunities for people and moving forward. You've talked about damaging it would be if information came through, but can you talk us through what would be the damage to Northern Ireland's economy be if this is probed and kept probed and kept probed to try and get information out about an investment that hasn't happened?
So the risk that we run in disclosing commercially sensitive confidential discussions between us and Cantor is that businesses are fundamentally run by human beings and people talk. So when Cantor's litigations team says to us, we asked you specifically not to disclose the contents of our commercially sensitive discussions with you, and you proceeded to, they will then tell their peers. And that will leak out into the marketplace, and other investors will say, hang on, if you have a conversation with Invest Northern Ireland, we're telling you now, whatever you say to them, there's a real risk that that will be disclosed in public, even when you specifically ask them not to. And increasingly, some of the investments that we're dealing with are sensitive. There's commercial sensitivities. It could be in commercially sensitive, it could be in sensitive sectors, etc. Investors need to know that when they're sitting in a room with us, they can be frank and honest and open about the opportunities they see, the challenges that they're encountering in their business, and how partnering with us and Invest NI and locating in Northern Ireland might help them to address those challenges. They don't want to be reading about that in the press and have their peers gaining insights to their thought process, their decision-making process, etc. So that trust-based relationship, it's absolutely vital that we preserve it. And I would encourage people to reflect on the fact that, notwithstanding Cantor's decision not to proceed, within a year of Cantor deciding not to proceed, Bank of America decided to invest in Northern Ireland and deliver 3 times the number of jobs that were planned by the Cantor investment. And that's what I would urge us to focus in on, because if that's being picked up by peers and by other investors and by the international media, that projects a very positive image of Northern Ireland, and other investors will say, well, hang on, if Bank of America are going to Belfast, we should talk to InvestNI and to the authorities in Northern Ireland as well. What do Bank of America know that we don't?
And Kieran, I might just add that our relationship with Cantor Fitzgerald continues. Okay, so they've made a decision for now, but that doesn't say that their plans may not change or their needs may not change a number of years down the line, or hopefully sooner rather than later. But we need to have that fundamental basis of trust to be able to re-engage when the opportunity arises.
Thank you. I wish you all the very best in all you do. You do have absolutely great service to the people of Northern Ireland, creating opportunities for our people for jobs. So I thank you for that, and that trust is absolutely key within yourselves, within the business community. So I commend you for it. So thank you. Thank you.
And Kieran, but you can also accept that people can do both things. So I'm on the record in relation to Bank of America when others aren't on the record in relation to Bank of America. I've met Bank of America when others who are in much higher and higher paid positions than I refuse to meet Bank of America. But I also have a responsibility, Kieran, to work out why a huge amount of public money was spent in either visiting New York to see Cantor Fitzgerald and why that didn't go through. So I get your point, and I'll continue to be the biggest champion that I can be for Northern Ireland, but my responsibility is also to work out why things that could have been even better for Northern Ireland can't happen.
And I understand and respect that as well, Chair.
Thank you. Jonathan.
Okay, I'll focus my remarks purely on the Cantor Fitzgerald and the loss of a prospective 300 jobs to Northern Ireland. I think whenever I first heard of this, I was concerned. I then, at the first opportunity when I had the chance to address the Minister at this committee, I became very concerned about an incoherent answer and rationale behind why 300 jobs, high-paying jobs I may add, were lost to the Northern Ireland economy. From that moment, I have done as much as I can to gain as much information about this investment decision. I have submitted a number of Freedom of Information requests. They came back to suggest there's over 11,000 records contained relating to Cantor Fitzgerald. And on the plus side, that indicates that from InvestNI's perspective, there was a huge amount of work done to try to secure this investment. And I want to thank both current and former staff for their efforts in trying to do so. I want to thank those, both past and present, that have spoke to me about their concerns surrounding this decision. And I also want to put on record that at no point have I picked up any information to suggest that InvestNI were at fault for the loss of this investment. So the first question that I would have is, who was the lead Northern Ireland InvestNI representative for this project?
Well, it would be a team-based approach. So we would have our in-market, our head of Americas, Andrea Hawhian. As a prospective investor, Cantor was assigned an investment manager here as well. So they would have been the two main points of interface with Cantor Fitzgerald.
Okay. So I've seen your timescale of your events, and it's quite clear there was a lot of interest. Whenever I received the Freedom of Information, I just couldn't believe just how detailed some of the discussions had been, just how interesting they were, and just how forthright they were in their potential for investing in Northern Ireland. So obviously a business case was put forward, and an investment was accepted and approved by the Northern Ireland InvestNI board. Do we have a total value of what this project would have represented for the Northern Ireland economy over its lifetime?
We do, but I don't have that in front of me, I'm afraid, in terms of the number of jobs, the salaries, etc.
I'm talking about salaries. I'm talking about, we know it's 300 jobs. We know they're high-paying jobs. Could this amount to, over its course of its lifetime, perhaps even £100 million in wages alone to the Northern Ireland economy?
It would be significant.
Yeah, very significant. Okay, so that then leads us to the 11th of March meeting. I want to know more information. So Kieran and Anne, you were both at that meeting. What happened? Because
2 weeks before the Minister set off to New York to meet with Cantor Fitzgerald. The meeting note is a ringing endorsement of the engagement so far. It's a ringing endorsement of Northern Ireland as a place to invest. They've already went to the extent to scoping out what a press release would look like to announce 300 jobs. So what was the nature of this meeting? What was discussed? And how did the meeting finish?
We can't disclose that because the client doesn't want us to.
So you're saying it's commercially sensitive? I'm not asking for commercial sensitive information, Kieran. I'm asking what category of concerns were raised. Were they commercial? Were they political? Were they geopolitical, regulatory, or otherwise?
The client doesn't want us to discuss the contents of the meeting, Jonathan. Apologies.
Okay. So, the meeting note of that meeting comes to some 70 words, as the chair has suggested. This was a meeting where 300 jobs were lost after such significant work that went in to try to secure them. If I look at every other meeting note previous to this meeting in New York, they are far more detailed than the meeting note which essentially said these jobs were now at risk. The meeting note suggests discussion on current geopolitical issues. What am I to take from that means?
I don't know what your view on that is, but we can't.
You can't give your view either?
We can't comment on it because the client doesn't want us to discuss what was discussed in that meeting.
So we look at the meeting train of events and we see a real hot prospective offer on the table. The 11th of March comes. I'm led to believe by some staff in Invest NI and others that this was essentially a rubber stamping exercise, that this was the Minister flying to New York to announce 300 jobs. Is that your understanding of what the purpose of the Ministers' meeting in New York was to be with Cantor Fitzgerald?
I can't comment on the meeting because the client doesn't want us to discuss it.
That gives me no confidence whatsoever that this project was not floundered in that meeting. If we can't even trust the Minister to go over to do a photo shoot to announce 300 jobs, what on earth can we trust them on? I want to then move now to when you became aware. So your timeline suggests on the 17th of March 2025 that Invest NI CEO, which is yourself, Kieran, receives communication from Cantor Fitzgerald advising that the proposed investment will not proceed. How did you receive that information? Was it email? Was it phone call? Was it text message? How was it relayed to you?
As I said, I've had a relationship with Cantor Fitzgerald for many years, predates my appointment to Invest NI. So one of the senior executives called me.
Okay. to suggest that they weren't carrying on the investment?
To advise me as a courtesy, because in my role as CEO of Invest NI and because they had a pre-existing relationship with me.
And the moment that you found that out, 17th of March 2025 was a Monday, who did you inform?
I would have informed our chair.
Your chair? And what about your team that were involved in the project?
I would have informed the team as well.
Okay, that would have been immediately after being informed. Would you have informed the Minister's team on that as well?
I can't recall. I would have informed the Department for the Economy, okay. I'm sure. But I can't recall precisely the sequence of events after getting that call. It's more than a year ago now.
But definitely on the 17th of March, I would think you would remember such a significant call about a loss of investment. You would have informed, as a first priority, your team that were involved in this project?
Yes.
Okay. In the Freedom of Information requests, there's a text message. And it's from the Invest Executive Vice President for Americas in Northern Ireland, which is Andrea Hawking. And she messages you, Kieran, on the 20th. So you knew on the 17th, which is the Monday. On the Thursday, she messages you to say, Kieran, I know you've had a long day, but can you give me a call when you can? Redacted. Have been stood down by Cantor and told the reason. You reply. Redacted. Just left Crown Plaza. Can call you this evening or tonight? Best. Kieran. Perfect. Thank you. Why was Andrea texting you on the Thursday to explain that she had now received the information about why this investment didn't go ahead, if you had already informed her previously?
She may have, I don't know precisely, she may have received a communication from the company. She would have her own points of contact with the company independent of mine, and may have had a conversation with them that she wanted to relay to me.
I would suggest that the story is not stacking up, and I think what the Minister has attempted to do is throw Invest NI under the bus at a botched event in New York, which resulted in 300 potential high-paying jobs lost to the Northern Ireland economy, to receive 70 words meeting note of such a significant and consequential meeting is beyond ridiculous. I would also add to that I actually don't even believe, the cynic in me would say that the individual that composed the meeting note was perhaps told to ensure that it was brief and vague. Because if I look at every other meeting note associated with this investment, it's more detailed. But yet the very meeting we're led to believe that this started to go downhill. We only have 70 words. After that meeting on the 11th, Kieran, when you knew this investment was at serious risk, were you taking actions between then and the 17th or the 20th to try to rescue the situation? Not on your own volition. You didn't cause this mess. But what steps did Invest NI take to try to save the investment?
I would have had conversations with some of the executives in Cantor.
Okay.
But I'm not prepared to disclose the details of those conversations because that would be a breach of trust between me and the executives in Cantor.
I think you've been placed in a very difficult position. At the previous meeting, both some members on this committee, the Permanent Secretary and even the Minister were alluding to perhaps an American first agenda which scuppered these jobs. Now, what is your understanding of America First as the head of the Northern Ireland Invest NI?
My understanding of the phrase America First, it relates to a policy position adopted by the US administration in which they would prefer if US corporates devote the bulk or a majority of their investment and job creation activities to the United States.
Do you have any evidence that that was the reason behind Cantor Fitzgerald not continuing this investment?
I'm not prepared to speculate.
You're not prepared to say, but people on this committee speculated, the Minister speculated, and indeed the Permanent Secretary speculated. But the same company, Cantor Fitzgerald, announced on the 8th of December 2025 that it was expanding its global footprint and established an office in Abu Dhabi to service Middle Eastern customers. Doesn't really sound like a company that is retracting towards an American first policy, but yet in Northern Ireland we have zero investment from a company that's embedded in Dublin, embedded in London, embedded across the world, and I'm sitting here and I'm meant to believe as a member of this economy committee that somehow something that was so hot, something that had the potential to bring up to 100 million or more in wages to the Northern Ireland economy just went missing, gone, and I'm not to ask any questions. I don't believe you can answer anything further that I've asked, but I can tell you this, the public aren't fools. Investors aren't fools. We have an attractive offering in Northern Ireland, but I can tell you now, a minister that has no ability to explain the rationale behind what happened and no information going forward about even the post-match analysis following such a high-profile investment loss to Northern Ireland will not fill me with confidence, nor indeed anybody that I speak to. I'll leave it at that, Chair.
Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for coming to committee today. In Northern Ireland, obviously we're under significant financial pressure, and 77% of our Northern Ireland block grant spending goes out through our arm's length bodies, so the governance over those is incredibly important. With the Department for Economy now rolling forward disclaimed accounts for a number of years, I just want to ask you, for the 25-26 year that's not yet declared, are there any issues of concern coming through on Invest NI on finances and governance? Because obviously we'll not learn that for some time due to the reporting requirements.
No, I don't have any. When you say concerns about finances, do you mean budget?
Well, within the governance statement for Invest NI, you would declare if you had any issues, obviously, around your financial outturn, any breaches in governance, issues around the board, anything that would have came up during the 25-26 year that you would disclose in a governance statement. Because obviously, if the accounts aren't going to be laid now in terms of summer recess because of the reporting issues, I'm just asking, I would presume at the point you're at now you would have a view of what the 25-26 position would be if you've had any breaches of governance within Invest NI.
I would have attended a meeting of our Audit, Risk and Assurance Committee last week. We've received a satisfactory audit opinion. There's no internal governance issues have been raised. The audit hasn't been fully completed yet, but the indications are that the auditors are happy thus far. But let's see the work be completed. No governance issues have been brought to my attention.
Okay, thank you. Because obviously, with the highlight around whistleblowing and people needing to feel free that they can come forward with information, transparency and public sector governance and financial spending and operation is so important. Following on from the chair's questions, I did a quick search here around the appointments to the Invest NI board, and it looks like they opened on the 9th of October 2025, closed on October the 31st 2025, and obviously the trip that was referenced was November, so that all was in advance of that, which is concerning. Then we move on forward to the 11th of March meeting out in New York. Then we also then had the 2nd of April where there was the announcement of the board appointments. And I am concerned in terms of that governance and the structure of Invest NI that you've got a Sinn Féin minister, that you have two strongly linked Sinn Féin board members now onto Invest NI. I just want to ask, in terms of being chief executive and the senior officials within Invest NI, do you feel political pressure in terms of coming forward with any of your evidence to the committee or anything that would be reported?
Absolutely not.
No? Okay, thank you. Because I can understand that there's a strong perception out there, and that's why so much of these issues are of concern, that strong political influence there. And I think that whenever we're looking back at the 25-26 year, operationally and financially, these rightly are concerns that will be raised by many. My next question I just wanted to ask around in America, obviously we've seen a huge movement by investments from large manufacturing corporations over these last years, which would have been more predominantly in the northern states that were more heavily unionised, into the more southern states that are not so much. And I wonder, has Invest NI conducted any sort of risk assessment to US FDI in relation to the Employment Rights Good Jobs Bill?
Because the Good Jobs Bill is still a work in progress and the subject of negotiations at the executive level, we don't know the final look of that legislation, so we haven't done a risk assessment at this point in time.
You see it as quite significant. You talked about 45% of your things that were announced from America. So I would think that's quite significant, and will you conduct that assessment? I
think many aspects of the bill are laudable. Businesses have some concerns about some aspects of the bill which they have shared both with us and with the executive and doubtless members of this committee as well, and at the appropriate time we will do.
Specifically to US foreign direct investment, would you carry out a specific risk assessment in relation to the legislation?
No, we would look at it on a portfolio-wide basis. We wouldn't confine it to any particular jurisdiction. So we would look at it in the round, investment from the US, from the Republic of Ireland, Europe, etc.
You wouldn't have any engagement then with those American or companies that would be looking at FDI in relation to it and what the perception may be?
There's regular engagements with our US investors, but at this point in time they haven't raised the legislation, the proposed legislation, which is in draft form, with us at this stage.
Okay, thank you. And just one final one. I understand Invest NI signed a memorandum of understanding with Ukraine, and I just wonder what actions have been taken since that was signed.
Okay, would you like to take that?
Yes, so that was signed a number of months ago, and it was with a view to identifying, I guess, opportunities for reconstruction for construction firms and various companies involved in the supply chain. So that engagement is led by my colleague in our London office who covers the European territory. And we are in regular engagement just to identify opportunities and have had some discussions. I could come back with a fuller brief in terms of where they're at, but yeah, that's the premise of the MOU. There are also quite a bit of, even for by the conflict situation, their business space, there are a lot of parallels in terms of kind of the business and the agri-food dependency, etc. in Ukraine. So we're also seeing it as an opportunity for kind of information and knowledge sharing as well.
If you have some information on that, I would appreciate if you could share it with the committee. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much for being here today. £764 million pounds worth of business investment is significant, and I'd like to put on record my thanks for the work that you're doing, but also your leadership, Kieran. And I think you've conducted yourself in a very professional manner today, and you often get a grilling. I don't think we need to revisit what has already been said, but I think the message coming from you is very clear that in order to encourage more investment into Northern Ireland, you have to maintain your professional relationships. Of course, we have a scrutiny role. I imagine there are other ways we could do this to allow you to be able to have those frank conversations and projecting a positive image of Northern Ireland. The point I'm interested in, because we've had an announcement of cuts to the skills budget, and I know from previous interactions about how you promote our skills base when you're speaking to investors. How do you pitch our skills base, and what do these investors look for, and what do these cuts? I'm trying to kind of determine how much that reduces our attractiveness, basically, to people who do want to come and invest here.
So, do you want to take the skills piece in terms of the budget decision?
So just in terms of the effect of that, or
yeah, I mean, what assessment's been given to it? Because yesterday I chaired the all-party group on skills, and we know, I mean, it's not even just investors. It's if we're looking at businesses in Northern Ireland as well, they're really concerned about the impact this is going to have to economic growth, and what assessment has been given to that.
So there would have been. So we wouldn't have been closely involved in the detail. The colleagues in the skills group would have worked with all of the providers, the colleges, universities, to kind of complete assessments, and the apprenticeship providers to complete assessments of what the impact might be. So again, it's a very challenging budget position. There are not easy decisions here. These are not necessary decisions we were keen to take. We know that there will be some negative impacts from them, but I think that was judged to be the least worst set of judgments that could be had. So certainly there's been work to assess with the providers the impact of those changes.
And on the promoting skills piece then, Kate, the way we approach that is when we're sitting in front of international investors, we paint a picture of the structure of the Northern Ireland economy and its sectoral composition. So we talk about advanced manufacturing and engineering, business, financial and professional skills, life and health sciences, a range of sectors. And we provide investors with examples of the types of activities that are being undertaken successfully in Northern Ireland. And from that type of briefing, the investors can derive a skills profile. They can relate to the type of capabilities rooted in the people that are running those types of businesses successfully in Northern Ireland. We then talk about the supports available not only from Invest in I, but at a system-wide level in Northern Ireland around supporting people to acquire new skills, both after graduating from college and in work. We talk about our support for retraining and for upskilling. And one of the most unique features and most positive aspects of Northern Ireland is the Assured Skills Academies. The number of clients and investors that have benefited from that initiative, and the number of investors that want us, in partnership with our colleagues in the Department for the Economy, to run those Assured Skills Academies again is quite impressive. It's a very, very strong and positive aspect of Northern Ireland. And Anne, would you like to add to that, because you've had personal experience of them?
Yes, on the assured skills, I think particularly because it's very bespoke, so it responds directly to the individual needs of individual businesses, which is quite unique actually in the whole of the UK and in European terms as well. But in addition to kind of setting the scene with investors around the sectors that we have, the existing investors, etc., we will also go quite specific in terms of giving them a readout on skills availability through our engagement with recruiters, etc., all the way down to sharing sample CVs, actually anonymised sample CVs, so they can really get a very granular view of the calibre of people that they can recruit here.
Right. Okay. Really interesting. Thank you so much. What would you like us to do more of in terms of supporting the work you're doing in Invest? And you've shown really great results in the past year. What more as a committee can we do to support the work that you're doing?
Because most people now consume their news through social media, LinkedIn, Instagram, etc. If you were, and this sounds very basic, and forgive me saying this to the committee, if you were to follow us on LinkedIn and then amplify some of our messaging across your networks, because your networks are not confined to Northern Ireland, you have a network of relationships around the world, and amplify a positive message about what's happening in Northern Ireland, that would be very, very helpful for us, because at times there are negative angles adopted and even positive stories. Mm-hmm. So if you could amplify the positive, that would certainly help us. Mm-hmm. And you would be surprised. Someone might pick up the phone and say to you as a member, I didn't know that Invest and I had won that investment or that was happening in Northern Ireland, and then you have a personal relationship with us. You could call me or Anne or Mark and reach out and broker that connection to someone that wants to have a conversation about investment. And then at every opportunity you get to make a case for increased investment, going back to David's point, in infrastructure, please do that. Because if you do that, we will be able to win and convert more investment.
Okay. And I'd probably say on my wish list actually, and it might get granted I think later in the year, I think I'm back on the international subject, but I would love to have a conversation actually about the exports and trade agenda, actually, because we talk a lot at committee about the inward investment, and that's vitally important, but sometimes it overshadows a conversation around exports, so I'd appreciate the opportunity to come back and do that.
I think we'd be delighted to have you back. And just I recently met with Anna Woda. It is a very serious situation, but there is connection in Castlereagh South and South Belfast, so if you're looking for investors to set up, it's a good place to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, finally for me, I only noticed this now. You had obviously said earlier that you take much greater notes than others, but I note that your name is attached to this as having signed off the meeting note.
Yes, but that we wouldn't typically edit or adapt meeting notes for the department. That wouldn't be a role that Invest and I would take.
You wouldn't give any views on it either, normally, no?
No.
The function of the sign-off normally just to confirm accuracy.
Yes.
You know, this is nothing that's incorrect or being misunderstood by the person taking the note who wouldn't have detailed knowledge necessarily of the issues being discussed.
Yes. It doesn't take particular knowledge to understand 58 words, Mark. Okay, listen, on behalf of the committee, can I thank each and every one of you for your work. I think this is really good news for Northern Ireland and for our economy, and the work of Invest NI needs to be recognised. Kieran, you know, you've come not so new now, but nearly into this organisation and had to restructure, readapt in changing times, and clearly that is working. So from my perspective, and I think I speak on behalf of the whole committee, can I thank you for your service to Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your support. Appreciate it.
Okay, Peter.
So in terms of actions then, members, the committee can tend to write to the department just in terms of the date of the Invest NI board advertisement and the linkage to the timing of the Golden Bridges event, and also the information about criminal records of board members and whether this was in the bid applications. We can ask for that information. Yep. Number 2 then would be about seeking the reinvestment and job creation information by local government district, as Chief Executive indicated. Thirdly, to seek the total value of the Cantor investment, total prospective value of the Cantor investment. And fourth, an update on the Ukraine MOU and what that might mean for Northern Ireland.
Thank you. Everyone content? Anything else? If nothing further, we're agreed. Okay, with that then, colleagues, that brings us to the end of our formal agenda. Is there any other business members wish to raise at this stage? If not, then the committee will schedule to return early from recess at the end of August, and I wish you all a very nice and hopefully long summer. Thank you very much indeed. And now the committee will adjourn.
Thanks, members. Thank you.
Have a great summer.
Committee Room 30, sound. 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 Committee Room 30, signed. 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 Committee Room 30, Sound. 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 Committee Room 30. 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 Sound.